Hello, everyone. I don't even know what happened there. I'm sorry. Welcome to Mic Issues, but everything should be fine now. Good afternoon, everyone. And a special hello to the 500 people that I just scared away, even though there were only like 30 people here. I'll go donate to the Hearing Loss Foundation right now. Already, I've started off with a technical issue. That's really funny. That happened because I handle my mic differently on collaborations than I do on my streams where I'm alone. And I had to switch it back over, but it glitched out when I switched it back over. So that was neat. Hey, Simon. Hello to everyone. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? So today we are supposed to get onto the front page, so I'm told that will be happening around the top of the hour, if not later, because these things are not assured. It's, they go on a rotation or something like that, you know? I don't know the details. But I'm going to be starting off with Salamander 2 anyway, which we all know not exactly the most auspicious thing to be streaming, but I think it's cool, you know? I think it's cool. Hold on a moment. That was me disabling the Discord audio from collaboration. That's how these things go. I sometimes forget to do the settings that I would normally change.
It's a big maze!
Because I had to change so many other things for the day, you know? Yeah, I wrote a guide for Salamander 2 recently. Green, if you want to link that. I wrote it yesterday while super tired. But I think it's coming along well. Like, it's already a completely viable guide. So this is earlier than my usual streaming time. You guys all know that, but I wanted to get ahead of the front page thing because I would be way more nervous if I started stream when I was going on the front page, you know? Can you imagine, like, I start up stream and there's 50 million viewers? Can you imagine? Anyway, try to keep your expectations, reasonable. Because we don't know what will happen, but I am hoping for the best. Falling start. My voice cracked. Because I didn't keep the note. I saw you. Yeah, I feel like my mod team is probably nervously eyeing the clock right now, like, are you sure about this, Sarah? But I did tell them all a week in advance about this. Ask them to graciously give up some of their time because it's worth remembering. Moderators for stuff like this are generally volunteers. Only the richest streamers have like the money to pay their moderators. I would pay each and every one of them if I could, because they are all great people who do a great job, but you know, it comes with a job. You can't afford stuff like this on a streamer's salary. And frankly, nobody can afford this kind of stuff. Like, currently, you know? Anyway, hopefully I have everything set up correctly such that it puts me on the front page at all. I always get nervous about this stuff. Plus, it turned out that I've had the branded content toggle turned on the entire last month, which might explain why there were fewer new viewers than usual. You know, ever since that Anton Blast stream, I've had that on because I completely forgot. It's in such an obvious place. You have to like scroll all the way down to see it when you're editing your stream info. So I just had that on this whole time before this stream. SMH. But I remembered to turn it off today because I was specifically looking for each and everything that I could possibly need to toggle. And we're on the OC remix. playlist today for the same kinds of reasons. But you know, can't complain. OC Remix is great. Like this song. Anyway. Plan is to start with Salamander 2, so maybe I should just hop over to Salamander 2, right? Just let me change my browser. I want to move my browser over so that I have a browser if I need it. Okay. Sadly, that song is now ended because of this. Oh, that was the video mode changing on my HDMI splitter. We love BioLizard around here. We all love BioLizard, don't we? It's always really funny to me when the video mode changes, but like it shows up and then it has to do the refresh right after it showed up. That's always funny to me. Is the capture card audio coming through clearly today? It should be. I haven't changed anything, but I'm a little paranoid today. It's a bit quiet. I usually have my console audio a little quiet, I think. Because the thing is that I am quiet, so, you know. Hey, Zoe. Imagine having to fight jets in your brain. I mean, I do that all the time. You don't want to see the inside of my brain. Let's open up the game. Besides, the game probably sounds a little louder than the opening video did. I think it does. What do you guys think? Am I on the correct? Yeah. Oh my god, that is much louder than the opening movie. Wow. Yeah, it really was, Simon. Dun 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 dun. This is always the kind of slow part of the game. I mean, it's expected. It's the first stage, but eventually you get a little tired of the first stage of these games, I think, if you play them that much. You know what I mean? Of course, it could be something like Emerald Hill Zone, which, you know, if you're trying to play Sonic 2 quickly, Emerald Hill Zone takes like 5 seconds, it feels like. Oh dang it, Twin Laser. Oh my god, Masumi. I suppose that is what streamers more popular than me do, huh? Check it out, it's that famous song Sensation from Salamander 2. I'm in the house like Gradius. Gradius. You know, in the opening of like Gradius Gaiden, there's like voiced narration, and they say it like Gradius. Like neither Gradius nor Gradius, they say Gradius. Isn't that wild? Yeah, it's a real stretch. It's like if the game's name was like a Hispanic last name, right? Buenos Gradius. Spear laser. Hey Oshawott, how you doing today? Hey Claw. We're on the first run of Salamander 2 for the day. I'm alright. I'm a little stressed. Poor guy. Oh, how did I only get normal missiles? That's not good. Okay, let's squeeze through, dodge the lymphocytes. Or whatever kind of site this is. I just know that it's a site, right? Those things are something sites. C-Y-T-E. Uh-oh. The arms did not budge. Therefore, I died. Not good. Yeah, it does have a hard final boss. But I think the boss before the final boss, Cerberus, is actually harder than the last boss. Okay, this run is rubbish. I'm resetting. Yeah, it was not one of my better runs. How you doing, Kizure?
I spill my drink.
I'm okay. Our first run of the day went very badly, but that's okay. You gotta warm up. That's how these things go. Uh-oh. I almost ran straight into a bullet. Thank you. I feel like someone may have made that joke yesterday. This boss is named Biter. That's a really on-the-nose name, don't you think? Can you imagine? You're born, right? And your family has to sign the birth certificate and everything, and they write down your name, and it's Biter. Exactly, cancer. What should we name our kid? I don't know. He looks like a biter. Yeah, Battler's also a fun name when you consider, the Ushinomiya family
if you had a spring for a
actually
neck.
gave him that name. Ushinomiya. You know, if your parents name you Bidoof, they may just hate you. Then again, they may just have taste. Bum, 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 bum. 35? In a row? Ah. The size of that watch streak distracted me into dying. I'm not kidding, by the way. I was literally not looking at the game. You're reminding me why I put that message in my info panel of don't harm your health to keep a watch streak. But I still appreciate you, Kizure, very much. Oh. Yeah, I may as well have Ripple because I don't have anything else yet. Twin's better. Woof. Yeah, that's how it goes, Chaotic. Sometimes somebody will get an insanely large watch streak, like 30-something, and then I will stream Super Metroid and A Link to the Past at 2 in the morning. And they'll just be like, wait, what happened? Oh, I got through the squeeze-through without losing my force field. In fact, it didn't even get scratched. I'll grab the normal laser for this frickin' part, so that last time doesn't repeat.
Skill.
Crap. Well, as long as I can get past this last arm, this is good. Okay, okay, this is good. What? Excuse me, Marionette. What? One 130 stream watch streak. That deserves the wow. That's insane. Just please take care of your health.
I spill my drink.
Hey, Grilson. What the? The caption said your name right and then corrected it to something wrong. After a few seconds. Oh my god, I'm peeking. My mic is peaking. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, it's not even worth one sound redeem, apparently. Whoops. I rubbed against the battleship and almost died. Yeah, there. It's the hydration reminder, by the way, Brown. Good to see you. Hey, game. Excuse me, game? Where's my 1-up? Game, I think you forgot to give me my 1-up. It was supposed to happen in this stage. Bum 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 bum. Ugh. That thing really should have died there. It's probably a couple shots away. Yep. And there's my 1-up. Yeah, you apparently do, Kizure. But... I'm sorry, it's... I don't... I really appreciate you guys, okay? That's exactly why I say take care of your health, though. Because I appreciate you. I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't want to get the, speed up. Oh no. Well, so much for not getting that. Now I have more speed than I want. My favorite non-Gradius related shmup, Esprade. Esprade, easily. Ah. Okay, that's not great. Batsugon? That's a good choice. Oh man, that could have gone better. I need good power-ups here. Crap! Okay, I've got single missiles. The birthday stream was pretty nice, Brown. I had a bunch of friends over. Spear laser! Woof, that could have been bad. Rank is kind of high. I'm worried about Cerberus. Are the second tier power-ups temporary? Yes. Except for twin missiles. Twin missiles is permanent, and if you pick up another one, it toggles back off. Which is probably because the normal missiles have a slightly narrower firing angle in vertical stages, so there is a reason somebody might think that they want them. But the thing is that the twin missiles do more damage even then. For some reason. Felt like there were more crystals than normal. Anyway, Cerberus. This is usually where the run ends. Crap. Okay. Yeah, Aero Fighters is pretty dang cool, but temporary weapon powers are unfortunate. Ah, I ran into it. This was going to be the one. Mole. Never. Man, I can't believe I died to running into a pill bug. If I was gonna die, I didn't think it would be through that. I thought it would be through, like, playing too many Sonic games in one stream. That's how I always imagined I would go. Thanks for the hydration reminder. I just hydrated.
Speed fast and way too fast.
So, you all excited to watch me play the NES Bucky O'Hare again? It's been a while. The NES Bucky O'Hare is really dang hard. Da 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 da. Mutants and aliens and toads beware. If you're looking for adventure, then this is it. This song is always so good. I really hope a whole new generation of people discover and enjoy Salamander 2 when Gradius Origins Collection comes out. That's really what I'm hoping for. And I hope that the little primer guide I made for the game will be good enough for people to get into the game more, too. I wrote it in a kind of messy way, but I feel like this is a game that even a beginner could come to enjoy, even though it's not an easy game. But like, I think with the guide, somebody could easily get to the point that they can enjoy this game with continues, you know? Which is really probably how you're supposed to enjoy Salamander 2 until you're like really into it like I am. It can get to the point of feeling like bullet hell, but mainly if you're playing like higher difficulty on Loop 2. Because Loop 2 is madness. The whole Salamander versus Life Force thing was interesting because the Western version of Salamander was called Life Force, and they made changes to make it look more like it was taking place inside of a giant creature's body. But then Life Force got ported back to Japan, and they put the Gradius power-up system when they ported it back to Japan. Along with changing some of the music to replace some of the existing songs with finished versions of a couple of the unused songs from the original game, such as Thunderbolt and Slash Fighter. I should switch to laser for this part specifically. Oh crap. Well, it's not a great place to die, but it's not the worst place to die. Squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish. The Cyclone Laser, it has no benefit over the Spear Laser except its penetration, which is mostly relevant in the body stage for that part with the orbs in the arms. In that part, you really want the Cyclone Laser if possible. Other than that, the Cyclone Laser is mildly stronger than the Ripple, but in general, the Ripple is better than it in this game, which is unusual. The Twin Laser, though, is easily the strongest laser in the game, even though it has the worst range. Can somebody link my guide? I think, you know, I explain the differences between the lasers and stuff in the guide well enough. Thank you, Greenie. No, you're totally fine, Simon. I enjoy talking about the game. And I'm not the kind of person who needs to focus solely on a game in order to, like, do well at it, you know? How dare you use the stream chat to talk to the streamer? Can you imagine if somebody said that unironically? Like somebody really parasocial or something? You're excused. Greenlow, please give JD a hall pass. Ah! Man, I was not looking closely at the game there. This is a really bad place to die, too, because recovery is tough. A lot of the enemies that drop items are in crevices that you need to dig into. It's really easier with missiles. Like, come to think of it, I actually did need to speed up. This is the last run of Salamander 2, and then we'll be moving to Bucky O'Hare. That was bad. I don't think I've ever died there. Well, not in a long time. So there's a good chance I'm in danger right now. No weapon upgrades means I can't kill this boss very efficiently. And having no extra lives means that Cerberus will most likely kill me. If I get there. Crap, 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 crap. Well, I killed the boss. That's surprising. Here we are in Dear Blue again. Ah! Okay, okay. Yeah, I actually enjoy the fact that it goes by that fast, personally. So give me a moment. I'm gonna set up Bucky. I'll be back in a sec. I'm here. I'm here. I swear. That's true, mostly. Title, yeah. It is in fact him. So the gist is, they basically kidnap Bucky's crew, and you have to go to every planet in order to get them back. But, you know, while in theory this would mean that you could go to any planet in any order, it doesn't really mean that. Because there's a couple planets where you need specific items in order to get to your crewmates. Well, in order to proceed in the stage at all, I should say. We'll start with the green planet. The game really expects you to start with this planet, at least that's what I feel. Every character has their own powers. Bucky's is a charge-up that makes him jump higher. Ah! I got shot by the Contra turret. Uh-oh. They're shooting me so much. This is a life up. Until you continue, it's basically permanent. So, how is everyone feeling, though? You all doing good? It's a shame I couldn't get that 1cc of Salamander 2, but I'm pretty sure I'll get it eventually. So yeah, the thing about this game, obviously it's a very difficult game. Part of that is just Nintendo hard, you know? But there's also other things, like there is an anti-piracy feature in the game, where if you had been considered to have pirated the game, it would make you die in a single hit every time. I think the sprite work is really cute though, and the music is really good. For what it's worth, like, they do have, like, a password in the game that lets you get the hard mode that piracy would cause. I think the password is just hard mode. Now we've got this raw gliding section. That coin would get me some extra score, but I don't want it. Nope, not retro achievements, but I do use retro achievements occasionally. But I can't run retro achievements on this at the moment. I'm not running it in an emulator. But I like retro achievements. Retro achievements are really cool. Does the game save progress you've made on one planet even if you couldn't complete it? No. They're basically levels you have to play from start to finish. Yeah, my username on retro achievements is just Sara. S-A-R-A. Very short. Now this boss. This guy is mean. You get hit by him, you die. You just die. He just immediately drops this huge rock on you, and you die. I think you have to get close to him. It looks like he can only be hit from behind. I didn't remember that too well. What's this guy's name again? Toadborg? He's like a cyborg toad. There's no way to see the boss's health in this game. So if anyone's seeing me for the first time here, my name is Sarah Linney. I'm a retro streamer. And so with this, we get our first crew member back, Blinky. You can't tell what planets you can't complete it first. Yeah, that's true. For example, the ice planet, the blue planet, You can't do it without Blinky. I think that you can do everything as long as you have Blinky. I'm not just a Sonic streamer. I do play a lot of Sonic. Check out this song. This is really good, right? Oh no, I fell in the fire! A lot of people get really frustrated at this game. Am I Sonic? I tried to stay as positive as Sonic would be. You fell into the fire. This kills Bucky. Yeah, a lot of people may not know anymore. This game was based on a comic, which in turn... Well, it was based on a cartoon, which was based on a comic. The cartoon only got one season. The toy line didn't do as well as they expected. The toys actually had, like, ads for future toys on them, and then those toys never got made, so they had ads for toys that didn't exist yet. I kept asking my family for Bucky toys, and they couldn't find the ones that were on the back of the box because they never got made. Fisk. Ah, crap. I need to push this carefully. But yeah, I can change to Blinky at any time now that I have him, by the way. He has a jetpack. You can change characters just by pressing select in this game. That's just score. Sometimes you felt like you dreamed up, Buggy. Oh right, this is the Quickman laser section. Oh crap, I'm dead. Just like that, I am dead. Crap. The best room in the game. Thank you for following. And there we go. We got through that room. Yeah, you get infinite continues, which is practically a must for this game. But there is the asterisk attached of you lose your permanent health and power increases that you get from the coins. Are those Quickman lasers as lava flows? Yes. That's exactly what they are. Ah! I fell in the fire! Yeah, they really liked flame prominences like that. My opinion is this is one of Konami's best NES games. Flame Prominence sounds like an attack move? Well, I mean, what are they doing? Oh, there's an arrow. A convenient arrow pointing my way. Oh crap. I missed it. I did a remix of this song once. That was a long time ago. I could do a lot better now. You guys ever look at your old work and you're just really embarrassed that it even existed? I even feel that way when I look at my old work on games, sometimes. Even stuff as simple as, oh, I could have done this stuff in, I don't know, Oath in Felghana a lot easier than I did at the time. Because with that game, for some reason, I, like, inserted all of the text manually. Really bad idea. Nobody should do that. Yeah, Grilson. I'm very ashamed of the startup screen of Ragnarok Battle Offline. But it is what it is. Okay, we just gotta travel along those rolling meatballs. I want that one up. You think I can get that? Good. You can't manage to complete things in the first place. Well, you know, you shouldn't worry too much about stuff like that. The way I see it, like, it's easy to get paralyzed by the idea of creating something, for one reason or another. For some people, it's that they feel, oh, I can't make something good enough, but for other people, it's that they have too many ideas, too many things they want to do. And of course, yes, ADHD can also do it. My point is, it's okay not to finish things. Oh crap. Okay, so I've got to avoid this giant green ball. Hopping on it's probably safe now. Hey, Sniff. Darn. I could have used that one up. So now we're fighting the ball. Look at this boss. Look at this silly little thing. He's just a silly little guy. This part for the part where him hitting me means I die. Hey, Zerk. But I continue right from the boss. And I guess I actually only lose my life ups, not my power ups. It's been a few years since I last played this. Oh no. I think the last time may have been in like 2022 actually, not as long as I think. Yeah, Simon. The power-up coins you get are individual for each character, so you need to spread them out if you're going to use the other characters, which you will have to. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm really shocked that Breath of Fire 4's PC version suddenly got a re-release on GOG. But I really care about preservation. That's something really important to me. So I'm really glad that that version has gotten preserved like that, you know? Oops. Crap, 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 crap. Okay, so I need to charge this again immediately to get over it like this. Yeah, it's on GOG. Breath of Fire 4 came out on GOG today. Got him! Yeah, I guess the captions did say on God. Deadeye, here's a toad blaster which you just lifted from a toad arsenal. You just took a gun off of one of these toads and handed it right to Deadeye. I think I'll do the Yellow Planet. They made some really big changes to it, Simon, to improve it. Stuff like fixing all the combat bugs. Yeah, GOG is actually doing, like, their game preservation stuff again, after all these years. Hey, Patchy. Maybe I should use Deadeye for this. As you can see, he's got a 3-way blaster. His power is basically the same as Bucky's. He has like a charge-up, jump thing. But he can also stick to ceilings and walls and move around on them, so that's what distinguishes them. Oh no. The world's tiniest spacecraft are attacking me. I can't be the only one who feels like this is a Contra level, you know? Thank you for resubscribing. Oh wait, that was a gift. Thank you for gifting a sub, Marionette. Really appreciate it. I feel like those turrets make meow, meow sounds, you know? Meow, meow. Uh-oh. I want this power-up. Got it. Worth it. Worth it. Okay, I can destroy these. Looks like Deadeye is really good here, actually. This is a precision platforming section. Some of these are stationary, but most of them are moving all the time. Uh-oh. Oh, that's not gonna work. We're almost there. Phew. Oh crap. Yeah, those are on Steam, but be aware it's the working design script with minor changes. But you know, I appreciate what they've done for the industry, but I don't like when someone just makes something up and calls it a script. That's how I feel. Oh crap. When you go off the top of the screen there, you basically cease to exist. Okay, Deadeye has full power now. It means I should try to get Blinky some power. This part goes by so fast. I feel like I can barely see what's happening here.
Too speed. Fast and way too fast.
That's what I think about that, yeah. Thankfully, it, like, gives you a moment to react whenever the thing slows down. But here's the hard part. We have to deal with spikes now. Maybe I remember what I'm doing a little too well. Okay, looks like the Toad Tank is this boss.
That was pure skill!
Thank you. Crap! I got run over! You ever just get run over by a tank? Every Wednesday? Today's Friday. In California. This thing has a lot of health, it seems like. Like, even though you have so much life, it isn't necessarily that useful here. Because the enemy has so much life that you're going to be taking forever to kill it like this. Ah! Okay. Let's try with Bucky. Bucky's shots do more raw damage compared to Deadeye's. Ah! I was wanting to move over to the other side. About here? No, that's not safe. Here? Nope. Uh-oh. Here he comes. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. I think we've got it, though. I think this is the strat. Yeah, there are a lot of instant deaths in this game in general. Part of what makes it so hard. And sometimes you only get a moment to react to them. You also can't turn while ducking. Weird, right? Ah! I was trying to get down there. I suppose these things happen. Now imagine if you had to fight this boss without getting hit because you were playing on hard mode. Not getting hit by this boss sounds like a nightmare. You understand now why they sold so many turbo controllers? Well, Roto, there are multiple ways to get the hard mode. There is a hard mode password. It's just that if you pirated the game, you would automatically be in hard mode. Battletoad tank. Okay, now the eyeball. If this is easy mode, you don't want to see hard. Hard is one-hit deaths from everything instead of just some things. I kept busy putting together a new weapon. It's my one-shot does-it-all blaster. You can call it Thumber. Why would anybody want to call it Thumber? Basically, he has a charging shot, is what it is. And now we go to the blue planet. The blue planet has ice physics, if it wasn't clear. And past this point, I don't think you can proceed without Blinky, as you can see. You need his shot in order to destroy these things. Ah. Back in the day, game developers would put weird symbols in passwords to avoid having vowels in the passwords, so that they couldn't accidentally spell anything, like, scandalous, you know? Partially because a lot of Japanese games did allow vowels, and then they would disallow them in the English version because of that risk. So let's see. Willy needs more power now. But it may be difficult to do some of these sections with Willy. Okay, can I get through here? If I use the jetpack really carefully, maybe I can get through here. Uh-oh. Right below. I was right below it. Uh-oh. Okay, we're finally to a normal section of this stage. I get a 1-up and then I immediately die. That's how these things go sometimes. Can't jump through those.
You knocked out my contact!
Oh dear. The 1-up respawned, but I was just gonna die if I grabbed it anyway. Just face plant into the ocean. Sometimes that's all you can do. think I'll use Bucky. Oh crap, the ice got me again. The ice physics are more slippery than you would expect. Like a lot more. A small tap sends you pretty far. You got me, game. How many of you actually saw this cartoon ever? It's gotta be a pretty low number. Basically, the framing story is this kid, Willie DeWitt, somehow constructs a door that goes to an animal universe called the Aniverse. And then he can't... At first, he can't, like, easily get back, I don't think, but pretty soon he's able to travel between the two worlds freely, and he's like the viewpoint character of the audience. It was originally based on a comic, but it suffered from TMNT syndrome in that, like, the cartoons and such were way, like, nicer and less violent and stuff than the comics by far. Apparently I can't kill these guys. Can Willie do it? No, because I can't jump while charging. Anyway, you wait for them to stack it up enough that you can just go through. That's the easy thing to do. What do I do here again? I don't remember. I think if I... what was it? Like that. So that the spike gets through. Because then the spike can destroy the ground. And then I let him stack it up a little more, and I can proceed sort of safely. Uh-oh. Okay, I could use that power for Willie. I just died from changing characters. Thanks, game. Very cool. Okay, there we go. Let him pile this up again. There. And now I just rinse and repeat. Oh crap. Uh-oh. I can't see below me. I'm glad these aren't instant kills or anything, but ow. Uh-oh. This is a really mean room, you know that? There. Now we can proceed. And this part again. Oops. How are you supposed to do this room on hard mode? You simply don't get hit. Ever. Obviously. I say that with some sarcasm because obviously it's not nearly that easy. As long as you don't get hit too much, it's probably fine. You know? Ah, the ceiling. Ah, I forgot. I have to get this too. I'm not quite hitting it, am I? There we go. Yeah, it looks like you can definitely avoid being hit. You just have to be a little careful. Maybe a little lucky. Squished. Ah. And definitely not a little unlucky, correct. And Jerry, you, how's your PC? Is everything... I hope everything's okay enough. Those beetles from Mario 3 that would chuck blocks at you? Man, I can see it. You can only tap jump there. If you do more than a little tap, then you're dead. Okay. Uh-oh. Derivative, Ooh. I'm sorry that it's like that in Jeru. Hopefully it improves, like, the situation. Oh, ow! Those really hurt. Speaking of Mario, check out these giant pipes. I deserved that, probably. Okay, only Blinky can destroy these. Just like most of this stage. Okay, this is going to be a matter of timing. Okay, we're fine. I need one more power block for, Willy. Not block, coin. It was worth a look. For all I knew, there could have been something in these. Well, there was a frog. Is that a 1-up from Score? So yeah, like, the big story behind Bucky is that, like, the Toad Empire is, like, enslaving all the other animals, but also they're basically mind-controlled themselves, so it's kind of weird. Crap, I'm dying. Also, this guy has some name like Al E. Gator or something. Well, you know, the problem is probably expecting too much nuance from, like, comic book media, right? He exploded! He exploded into a million pieces. I should be so lucky as to go that way. And now we get Jenny back, but we're not even gonna get a moment to use her. Bucky brought his brave crew together again. Oh no! It's a trick which the Toad set to capture Bucky O'Hare! And then it just sucks us into their mothership. Chomp. We're trapped in a Toad mothership. They've taken my crew for sport. Captain, we must save the crew before... So, we get sent to Toad Prison. Deep inside the Toad mothership. And now we've lost all of our characters except Blinky and Bucky. This is where the game starts to get mean and pull tricks on you, like it's I want to be the guy or something. Not seriously that bad, but I mean, bad isn't mean, but it starts to do some pretty mean stuff, though. That, however, was entirely my fault. But the game will start doing stuff like fake floors and blocks that fall and you have no way of knowing they would fall and things like that. You know? It starts doing those sorts of things. As well as spots that are as dangerous as this. If I jumped, I would probably die. There's a fake floor. I was gonna say coming up, but then I stepped on it. Immediately. Yeah, this part of the game gets really tricky. Thanks for demonstrating. Well, you know, I never let a game frustrate me, though. Because the frustration doesn't do anything for you. Like, great, the game upset you, and now you're upset about it. You got upset about being upset. Congratulations! A fake floor, but a legit ceiling? Yep. That's correct. It's mean, right? That they do that? But it's funny. Oh, great. He's invincible now. I guess I just shouldn't have shot him. So basically, from this point on in the game, we're going to be going through the Toad Mothership, going from floor to floor, until we can escape. I don't remember these stages too well, unlike a lot of the earlier parts of the game. Like the 4 planets, I feel like I basically remember almost everything about them. But then we get to these parts and it's like, what's going on? Darn, I didn't really want to pick that up. Yoku blocks. Hey, Mono. By the way, welcome in, Aichi. Okay, so if I don't disturb those guys, they won't disturb me. Can't seem to tell. Yeah. I couldn't tell that was a fake floor. What game is this? This is Bucky O'Hare for the Nintendo Entertainment System. I would say based on the hit cartoon, but the cartoon was not a hit. As much as I, as a little girl, might have believed it was, you know? Because I liked it, and that meant it had to be a hit. Why is my model? Oh, there we go. Yeah, Bucky O'Hare. They do flicker a little under very specific circumstances. It looks like when that guy is on screen, it does something that makes the blocks flicker because they're sprites. I think that his feet are slightly into the ground, so they're on the same line as the top line of these sprites, so it makes them flicker. So I now have to fight my crewmate. There are easy ways to do this, and then there's fast ways. You can't do both. The safest way to do this fight is to stay, like, up here and wait for her to come to me. The dumbest way? Okay, you want to see the dumbest way to do the fight? This is the dumbest way to do the fight. I'm really mashing this keyboard. Yeah, this is the dumbest way to do the fight. But it works. What the? No! Ah! My tracking died. Oh man, I got really ripped up by that. Ow. Yeah, I restarted the app on my phone while I was doing that. But it froze again, so there's that. Anyway, you're mostly safe as long as you do not at any point stand up. What happened was she was shooting, and I stood up. You think Bucky scared your pet lizard? That's unfortunate. I've lost myself in a hypnotic beam. And now I can play as Jenny. Her power is basically you have a controllable orb. And it'll fly as long as the power gauge holds out. It's a spirit ball. You're kind of right. There's gotta be something through here. Probably. Let's see. Yoku blocks again. I get the feeling... I felt like I was gonna fall through the floor, but I didn't. Crap. How should I approach this? Well, it hurt, but it worked. I just get a feeling that these floors might be fake. Thanks for the hydration reminder. We found Willy.
I spill my drink.
Unfortunately, he is also possessed. He somehow shoots both ways at once when he lands.
That was pure skill!
I really gotta mash my button here. You can definitely see why they invented turbo controllers. I feel like the easiest way to do this fight is to just do this, but you still have to dodge his attacks unlike Jenny. So it's not a completely brain-dead fight. Man, I don't like that term. What is my tracking doing today? Of all the days for my tracking to act funny. Thank you. Deadeye may be caught at the top. And now we've got Willy back. We still need a little power for Willy and a lot of power for Jenny. I'll spend this one on Willy. So now we just need to get Jenny more power. This full charge shot is nuts. Yeah, I seem to remember it doing insane damage to some bosses. You notice how the game alternated between which block was active in that section? Like yellow would go off, then pink would go off. Really mean stuff, as it turns out. Ah, I'm tracking. What is going on? I adjusted it so that it could see me better. It didn't seem to help. Yeah, Willy is supposed to look like a dork. He's wearing Berserker baboon armor. And at times he'll put on the helmet so that he can pass as a baboon. Okay, what now?
Well done, I guess.
Good, good, good. So now we've got the power for Jenny. A little bit of it. What the? This is the same room. No! You tricked me, game! Can I just leave the room? Can I just go out? Does not seem so. Exactly, Simon. His name is Willy Do It, as in will he do it? This makes me so nervous. Okay, so I must have to go down. Yoink. Thanks for following. Crap. Boulders. Hey, you guys ever have to go through a trip like this when you're commuting to a higher floor of an office building to go to your job? Masumi, have you played this game before, or have you seen this game before? I really should ask. I know you don't have much NES experience, but you could have seen this before, I guess. You saw Washa do this part. Yeah, this game can be really mean, but I enjoy it. Why is my tracking doing this? I'm sorry, everyone, that my tracking is doing this. By the way, thank you for resubscribing, Darkus. Okay, that worked. Crap. I didn't move far enough to destroy that one. I'm restarting my tracking again. Is this one of those obscure NES titles? Yes, basically. It looks like my phone is overheating. I can see my phone lagging in real time. You know, the comic itself wasn't actually all that long either. I may have to completely reboot my phone. This sucks. Nobody should have to do that in the middle of a stream. Do you like how it just put rocks on top of them now? It's like making them extra deadly for funsies. This section really keeps going, huh? The thing is that once these things are like covered enough by the elevator, it becomes safe to pass through them. Thank you for the 10 bits. I hope you're enjoying your time here so far. Bits sounds like Timbits. You know, like the donut holes things they have at Tim Hortons. I'm not Canadian, we just have Tim Hortons in the area here. Why did I say that way? So, just like the other ones, I have to defeat Deadeye in order to get him back. Oh my god, me! How do you have an emote of a Tim Hortons sign? What the heck? I won. It just took him a while to change back. Woo! Everybody is alright! And that's the end of the stage, I think. Tim Hortons went downhill like 8 years ago? I never ate there much anyway. But I have heard that pretty consistently. Also, welcome in. I calculate we're near the core of the magma tanker. Let's follow the salvage chute down to the center, then we can blow their tanks. It got bought out, that makes sense. How can they call it Tim Hortons if he doesn't own it anymore? That's a stupid joke. Whoa. Oh my god, I forgot that this happens. What the heck kind of normal enemy? Okay, Jenny still needs a little power. Okay, she's maxed. Everyone has max power now. This guy's annoying. That'll do it. You have a breakfast-only Tim Hortons, huh? Oh crap. This is an instant kill, so why was I jumping? Feels like I kind of have to defeat the bottom section if I want to proceed. The rest are whatever. They're just gonna keep staying near me, huh? I think the safest way over is using Blinky's jetpack. That is a good emote, Scorpius. I like that. A peak emote that's in the bushes. Cracker Barrel? Not especially. They're kind of okay, I guess. Oh man, I lost most of my health doing that. Ah! Good thing I don't get upset at video games. I can imagine that being very upsetting to someone. The enemies should be right past here, right? Yep. There they are. Oh no, they respawned already. How to do this properly? Crap, not like that. Ah, it respawned. Tricky situation. I think I have to wait until I'm pretty close in order to kill them. Yeah, how you doing, Graph? Crap. I could have killed that guy just like that. Move a little more to the right. This way sucks, but it will get the job done. And now, up and over. We made it through the room. That's all that matters. I'm getting a bad feeling. Oh! When I was a kid, I thought that these were brushes, and I didn't understand why they were deadly. The ends look like brushes, don't they? These, however, are pretty obviously deadly. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And I think I'm on the wrong side. The right side seems safer. Not that either side is safe. Huh. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Oh, these things. These things are horrible. I don't think they're destructible either. It bounced off. It bounced right off of them. Now we've got beetles all over the screen. There's a beetle infestation. Yeah, there's a lot of them in this area, Darkus. As we can see. Man, no one can hurt them. They must be an endangered species. You forgot how hard NES games were? You're just glad they were just past your time? They were my time, kind of. I mean, I played them when I was growing up, at least. We'll put it that way. I also think that overall, the SNES era got easier. But you do still occasionally have a hard-as-nails game on Super Nintendo and such. It's just in the NES... Wow, words. It's just in the NES era, it was super common. The biggest reason is because, there weren't really dedicated QA teams and such yet. For the most part, game developers were testing the games themselves. And naturally, they would play these games a lot. And like, if you're the person making Bucky O'Hare, you eventually are going to be used to all of its tricks, right? And so that's how games in this era got so hard. They were just being constantly played by the people developing them, who were the only people testing them. And since the tester is also the developer gets insanely good at the game. There are exceptions, though, like, I've heard that the people who made Gimmick weren't very good at actually playing it, which is funny to me. Most NES games were developed in Japan, where renting was illegal anyway. But sometimes the US versions of games would become much harder. For example, Castlevania 3. So you could find a game that's pretty easy in Japan, and it would suddenly be way harder in America. Is this Slug my friend for life? He's like, hi, I'm Sluggy, and I'm your friend till the end. I'm not supposed to have a brain slug permanently attached to me, but here we are. I think if I get through the room with him on my head, he'll be gone. Yep. Oh yeah, Seventh Saga is another one that infamously became harder in the US. The Japanese release, what was it called? Elnerd? Was significantly easier and just better made in ways. Oh man, this is a tough spot. I'm gonna have to jump normally. Yeah, there were also a lot of games like that, Chaotic, where the easy mode was made so that you couldn't get the ending even if you could in the Japanese version. And in many cases, they would shift the difficulties such that, like, normal in the US version had only been the hard mode, rather, in Japan. So the normal mode in Japan would become easy, and so on. Okay, this looks tricky to slip through. I think Linky is slightly shorter, so he might have a better chance. Cool. I thought that Toad was gonna get me, but... Got him. We gotta squeeze through here. Okay. Whoops. Okay, this section is really rough. I'll just jump through. There's no reason for me to take all this time, I don't think. And I can destroy this guy easier with Jenny. That guy is the MVP of Toads right now. He's the strongest Toad around. No! Why was the NES made significantly weaker in a lot of aspects to the Famicom? For the most part, the system is the same amount of power. However, they would cheap out on stuff like cartridges, because having save RAM in a cartridge costed significantly more to manufacture, and would also make the game cost more. Now, there are some other things. For example, in Famicom games, you could have additional chips that expand the audio, but on the NES, the expansion audio is only through the expansion port of the system. The same thing that would have attached to the disk system if they'd ever released it for the NES. Whereas in the original Famicom, the expansion audio lines are in the cartridge port, so you can just put the expansion audio on a cartridge. But that's why you couldn't have expansion audio in a US game. Well, the thing is, Japanese games were usually easier. They would make them harder in the US with the excuse of the rental market, even if it was a game that was already very difficult. I'm trying to figure out the best way to deal with that toad over there. If only I could get close enough to spawn him without getting crushed, but... I think that Blinky's attack does the most damage. I might not have been correct, but it still killed him. Let's, squeeze through. We made it. Oh no! It's one of these kinds of sections. They turned out the lights! Yeah, Japanese Battletoads is way easier. Isn't that wild? Can't quite see. No! I don't think I can make this jump. Okay. Where am I? Come on, game. Help me out here. Where am I going? I think I'm at the end of the screen. The Satellaview does seem like it was super cool. Even if you could only store relatively small games in the Satellaview memory. And most games weren't even downloadable, but rather you could only play them temporarily upon downloading. But it's unfortunate how there's like so much lost media relating to stuff like the Satellaview. Not as impossible as some things, but very close, considering the fact that, for example, we'll probably never find the audio recordings of Satellaview games. And that's tragic. There's a life up there. Ah, it's this boss. It's this boss. Oh boy. I don't personally know of the channel, but I do know of some things like that, and like, it rules that there's some out there. I can relate to it because like, back in the day, I was recording my gameplay long before anything like streaming was a thing. So in a way, you could say I was practically doing stuff like Let's Plays well before it even made sense to. What did I do with the recordings? They're probably still at my family's house from back then. Because my family, for better or worse, they never get rid of anything. I don't have them myself. I also got into streaming pretty much as soon as it became a thing. Like, I remember streaming lots on a service called Mogulus, which was later known as Livestream. And streaming was heck at the time. This was well before Justin TV, is the funny thing. But yeah, I remember Justin TV. I remember it. Some of my friends streamed a bunch on Justin TV. And a couple of them were members of like a partnered channel on Justin TV. And when it got taken over by Twitch, they had some trouble at first because the partnered accounts on Justin TV didn't transfer over neatly. So you would like have a partnered account, but some of the features wouldn't work. It was weird stuff. Myself, I didn't become a Twitch partner until quite a bit into my streaming life. I just wasn't taking it seriously enough. I was a casual streamer to begin with, basically. I was in it for the culture of, you know, sitting around the TV playing video games with friends. That's what streaming represented to me, because I loved doing that to begin with. Plus, being busy with day job stuff. I work in the game industry, and I keep busy, for better or worse. There's gotta be a better way to do this fight. Probably using Lily and his charge ability. Yeah, probably like that. That's probably what they're expecting me to do. Crap, I missed. Jenny can definitely hurt the boss really hard. The difficulty is getting time to charge, because if you get hit while charging, it'll interrupt the charge. Ha! By the way, that laser kills you instantly. You might have guessed. Is that the move that kills Sonic? Good point. In Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, Mephiles, the basically big bad of the game, kills Sonic at one point, spoiler alert. And for ages, we've had no name for that move, so it's just called the move that kills Sonic. And I think that's hilarious, seeing, like, wikis and such have to have an entry called the move that kills Sonic. Yeah, and it doesn't work on Shadow. So... Crap. Too many missiles. Oh, this is not a good spot. This is a bad spot. I have less room to work with. I'm really glad the missiles just despawn and don't come back around. Okay, I can't hit this guy like this anymore. Oh my god, just touching him kills me. Well, that's a thing I know now. What if the missiles looped off screen on hard mode? That would be especially cruel since you die in one hit in hard mode. What a nightmare. Well, that missile wanted to loop back. I just need to make sure I don't jump at the wrong times here. Okay. Okay. Actually... Ah! I forgot. I forgot. It looks like as long as I keep the distance correctly, I can probably just waste this guy, actually. Yeah, exactly. There seems to be basically a safe distance. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Perhaps this is... I should duck. I think this is right. Phew. Phew. This is the core, Captain. The magma is stored here. We gotta blow this 2-bit tanker, guys. And now we're in the center of Magma Tanker.
Two speeds. Fast and way too fast.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma. This won't quite work. I probably could have done it with Blinky. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I'll get on that in a moment. Oh, it's this way. This is the exit. Oh. I deserved that. I deserved it. It's fine. What the? Huh? Okay. Too early. Too early. Way too early. Not like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I gotta get over here. This looks reasonable. Compared to the other rooms, this looks downright reasonable. That was reasonable. Let's see. I think... No, too early. I should just use Bucky. Can you imagine if this game had limited continues?
Two speeds. Fast and way too fast.
Wait a moment. What am I gonna do about that? Okay, got it. I know what to do. I was overthinking this. Like that. See? We're fine. It never had to be so complicated. Whoops. Yeah, I think the powers in this game are honestly really cool. How's it going, JC? Hey, you! I hate you! Oh god. This is scary. And we've got gravity. We got gravity now. Oh boy. What the? I fell off! Did you see that? It's like I detached from it. I guess the bottom doesn't actually, like, continue the gravity thing, even though it looks like it should. Okay, so be a little more careful in that part. Okay, I needed to get higher. Hey, RPG. Got him. If you've ever wondered what anxiety is like, just imagine that you're playing this game and 800 people are watching, and you're in this stage. No pressure. At the same time, my like role model in life is Shinya Arino of Game Center CX fame. And goodness knows he's had to go through things like this. He's played the frickin' Budokan. Like, imagine that you have to beat Mike Tyson in the span of a couple hours, but also you're playing to a huge audience at the Budokan. And you gotta stay calm the entire time. I mean, the calm part I have down. But anxiety, it exists. It's real. You think you've seen a couple of his skits before? That's surprising for, like, an English speaker to have seen his skits, but his comedy is extremely good in that regard. Most people just know his work on Game Center CX because that's most of what's been, like, subtitled. But Yoiko's work, it's amazing. Okay, we got a life up. Need to carefully get past here and nowhere else. Oh, that would have been when he was on Downtown, right, Simon? Remember, I hate you! And remember, I don't like you! Exactly, Bosany. Okay, these things are gonna break out of these places, and they're really difficult. Hey, Rojo. Don't worry, Rojo, you're fine, you're fine. I was quoting the Toad General. Is that his name, the Toad General? Oh crap. Get away! Oh crap! What? No! What? I meant to do that all along. Don't worry, I'm honestly very used to this stuff. I've been streaming for... I look at the calendar and I'm like, oh my god, I've been streaming for a longer period of time than I'm comfortable mentioning because it reveals my age it's so long. But, you know, I'm the kind of person who never gets upset at video games, but at the same time, I started streaming as a baby. You never know. I've known people who probably could stream as a baby. Not naming any names. But I do sometimes mention the fact that I've been working in the game industry for over 15 years, so that could also give you some idea. And I do mean video games. Some people will say, I'm in the games industry, and they will mean that they work at a casino, and I'll be like, oh. Oh. Ah! I jumped right in. Whoa. You hear Triple H is in the game industry? No, no, no. You see, there's games that are triple A. It's like half a syllable less. Hi, Koja. Thank you. Yeah, yesterday was my birthday. Get down. Yeah, you just lay flat on the spikes. That's great, right? I had fun. I had a bunch of people over on the stream yesterday. Crap. Whoa. In the UK, game centers are where a slot machine can be found? Yeah. I think that colloquialism exists in the US as well, although of course we'll mostly say casino. And then of course in Japan, game center means arcade, as in a place video games can be found. In some places an arcade is a mall, so you have to distinguish. Like Japan is one of those places where arcade actually means mall and not game center. Whereas game center means games. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Yeah, I won't lie and say that I don't like any AAA games, but in general, I tend toward less A's. Like, you know, like Sonic. Sonic is like a AA franchise or something, right? This part is silly. This part is really silly. Thank you for subscribing! Oh crap. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Oh, I know what I have to do. Like this. For some reason it wouldn't let me exit until it rotated again. I thought those were water droplets, but that's actually a laser that only shoots down. I'll take a look shortly, Ed. Whoops. It just dunked me right in there. There, he's dead. I am honestly glad he is dead. What the? Not quite what I intended. Okay, so... I have to be... No! Shooting, shooting, shooting. kill these guys first, because otherwise when I get in there, they're going to be a problem. Let's see, I want to be... here. Right here. Once again, I would prefer to kill these blue guys first. Crap! What is this Twitch notification? Oh. Just checking something.
It's a big maze.
That's true. I think the safest may be if I'm jumping at the time. Crap. Okay, so I would like to show Dragon Catman's art, so give me a moment to do so. Take a look at this. This is me wearing Jenny's outfit from Bucky O'Hare and doing a lightning thing. That's cool, right? What if I just stay here? Okay, that does it. We got through. Oh no, it's these things again. Let me hide the art. This is great art, but let me hide it. Yoink. Okay, that's one screen down. Straight from Battletoads? Yeah, you weren't the only person making that comparison. They are extremely similar to the Battletoads things. Yeah, Jade, I just showed that off. Thank you for telling me. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. But yeah, these things are just like in Battletoads. They're so much like those. They even move the exact same ways on like corners. Like this. You know? Man, I feel like these days Battletoads is one of the only mass appeal NES games. You know that? That was me dressed as Jenny, this character. Oh crap. What about Mario? To an extent, Mario 1 is mass appeal, but these days there's people who will play Mario and they'll be like, I tried playing Mario 1, but I tried to talk to the mushroom at the start, and Mario smiled and jumped off the screen. Boss. It's a boss. Oh crap. That should have killed me, I think. I'm glad it didn't, but it should have. I'm almost dead anyway. This is just like Battletoads? Hmm. Crap. I think it's funny how Mario can just go through walls in Mario 1, if you know how. He doesn't care. Ouch. Let's see, maybe Deadeye is a good idea. Maybe not. I'm taking way too much damage trying this way. There's better ways to do this. Oh hey, I can just hit that thing from here. Of course, the enemies are still after me. Crap. I don't think that laser up there is destructible, so it just causes continual issues for me. Okay, what would be the right approach here, really? Not Jenny, that's for sure. This is obviously a very difficult boss. We're almost at the end of the game. Also, it's funny seeing it say Act 14. By the time you see something that would arguably be Act 14 in a Sonic game, you would basically have beaten the game. You would be so far into it. Unless it's Sonic 1. Take it easy, Roho. Thanks for dropping by. Oh man, I am almost dead. This boss is nothing to sneeze at. Oh crap. Okay. So the top one isn't that difficult for me right now. It's the bottom one I gotta worry about the most. What if I just rapid fire this? Please die. It died. Rapid firing these until the laser come out is quite easy. Ouch! Okay, slow and steady wins the race now. It's a matter of patience, which I have a lot of. Ah! Just break both of these first. And then I don't have to worry about the missiles. My arm's starting to get a little sore from pressing the button rapidly so constantly. Hey, Aya. You ever think about how Mario Galaxy calls an extra life an additional Mario? Oh crap. Oh crap! I went into all the lasers. Oh, so that's why they call them the Mario Brothers. Up. You wonder if this boss inspired that one boss from Meta Knight's Revenge. I doubt it, but I get the connection. They're very similar, but there were a lot of boss fights like this in games on the NES, I think. It's like a genre of boss that just kind of disappeared after the NES, with rare exceptions, like Meta Knight's Revenge. Oh crap. I've definitely got this boss down, but it is rough. Rough. Wait, I'm a cat. You ever just forget you're a cat? Oh my god. Oh god. It's flashing a lot. I'm sorry, gamers. It'll be dead soon, and it won't flash ever again. Well, this thing won't. Yeah! Hurry up! Let's bust out of here! This thing's about... There's no space. This thing's about to blow. We're out of here, Captain. Escape! Oh my god. This level. So speaking of shoot-em-ups... Welcome to hell. I know that, like, everything in this game is hard, but this level is hard. Oh no! Oh yeah, Willy has an auto fire, so I don't necessarily need to hold the button down. I mean, I don't need to mash the button, is what I meant to say. I can just hold it down. Are they pleading for rescue? I don't know, but they weigh us down. And then you have to destroy them on spikes. And they will just keep piling on. So that was the... Oh my god, I just got destroyed by Mario pipes. Yeah, by the way, that was the easy part of the level. I got Flappy Birded. I guess that is the modern equivalent, huh? Careful. Didn't Flappy Bird, like, come back, and then it turned out the original developer didn't have the rights anymore or something? Anyway, we've got a shmup boss here. Oh man. At least this is an easy part. Relatively speaking. Oh no! It's shooting every which way! Ah! NFTs? Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay, that boss is dead. There are several more bosses in this level. Dun 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 dun. Thank you for the follow. I think I have to use Deadeye for this part, because he can shoot diagonally. Although Blinky might do the trick. Ah. Blinky probably does a lot more damage than Deadeye. Because his firing angle, question mark, is so much, better? Worse. I meant to say worse. He's stronger because his firing angle is worse. I sometimes say the opposite of what I mean to say. I think we probably all have days like that. This is part for Deadeye. Ah! Serves me right. Yeah, this boss is not easy. You've been trying to finish this recently? Yeah, it is a tough game. It is a really tough game. Also, welcome in. I think this is the right way to do this. Thank you for resubscribing, Dot. And thank you for the follow, other person. Oh no. How you doing, Dot? I love your new paw emote. Of course I do, I'm a cat. Going okay so far. As you can see, I'm in the last stage of Bucky O'Hare. I know you've been through this before, so you get it. Yeah, is that your dominant paw? Is it no longer unknown? It remains unknown, of course. Of course. I didn't expect to be blazing through this as efficiently as I have. But the last stage, it's very easy to get stuck in the last stage. That's Willy. It's weird that Blinky's head stays in view, but the others don't when they're that far upstream. I guess they must just have too many sprites. Whoops. Roto. Flipping the paw emote to try to determine the dominant paw. That's good. Oh, these hurt too hard. Okay, I probably deserved that. Fool that I am, I thought that I could be safe for a moment. Yikes. This makes me so nervous. Okay, that destroyed another one. The others are off screen. Yeah, I can hit it with Deadeye like this. Got it. What now? Over here again? Okay, I'll switch to Willy again. Okay. Phew. We got past the R-type boss. But yes, it's still going.
That was pure skill!
Crap. It's him, the actual last boss. No! We're almost there. Crap. This part gets, like, ridiculous. I think I need to stay under him instead of above him. Even though my natural instinct is to go above him. But if he throws the bomb, he's going to throw it up, so... Right, this guy's name is like the Air Marshal or something, actually. Right? He's so difficult, man. But we're almost through. We've almost beaten this incredibly difficult video game. This is all like exact positioning stuff, you know? As far as not getting hit goes, anyway. Oh. Bucky O'Hare and his bold crew disabled the Toad mothership and escaped with their lives. Hey, Laha. The righteous indignation proudly flies again. The Toad menace will not be stopped with one victory. The fight will go on.
That was pure skill!
Bucky O'Hare and his crew won't rest until the Aniverse is free. Let's croak us some toads.
Everything must be.
Wow!
Well done, I
Staff
guess.
crew! hyphenated like it's one weird compound word. Program and directed. Not programming and direction or programmer and director. Program and directed. Dark mode. And now it's programmer. Okay, so I feel like I'm gonna play something significantly older not older, newer next. Something significantly newer, but still old. What if we play Parappa, honestly? What if we play Parappa the Rapper? Probably go by quickly. Al Negator, that's the one. As in he negates because he's evil. It's such a silly name. It switched sources because I turned on my PS5. No. No. I was just trying to prepare. I wasn't trying to switch. Okay, I guess we don't get to see the rest of the ending right now. Because it automatically switched inputs on me. That's funny. Unless... I switched it by hand. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. You gotta get your hands dirty and flick a single little switch that makes something go to something else. Thank you for your playing. That specific wording is funny to me. Thank you for your playing. Thank you. My model was made by Ray Robinstein, who is a vampire VTuber. Yes, that Ray. The end. And here's this art again, while I get things ready over here. Won't take long at all. A while for this game to boot, though. I've never understood why. So how's everyone feeling? You all feeling good? I'm feeling good. It's not over. The stream's not over. I just had to make sure things switched over. You don't want people seeing your like system UI as you mess with things, you know? I don't want the whole world to know
It's
my
party
usernames and stuff
time!
like that. Nice to meet you. New game. You guys know this game, right? Surely. You know, they had to edit out the word frosty when they made the remasters of this. And they did it by simply muting the word, which is very awkward.
What do you say? How about if you and I go for a little walk outside, huh? Let the pups stay and eat their food.
Stop it! There's no need to fear. Because Joe Chin is here.
Yeah, because
I have
like from Wendy's, like it's a trademark, I think.
mighty powers that I have are enough for jerks like you. I shall put on my magic gloves of glory and shall take you on a cruise.
You know, that doesn't look like it says fudge to me. It looks like it says fudge. Fudge.
Oh, here we go again. Let's go. Bye now. Bye.
Wow. I need to become a hero too.
Yeah, it is very bizarre.
But how could I possibly do that? Yeah.
Might depend on the context it's
I
used
gotta
in.
believe.
Probably. Like they were talking about like a drink at a restaurant, well, a dessert, I assume. So
To the fruits dojo.
I think that's why
I trust
it counts as the trademark and they couldn't use it.
and to acquire skills that are necessary for your goals. Are you ready, young one? I shall give you my best. But first,
Yeah, saying the word frosty at all is fine, but if you're ordering from a restaurant, apparently you can't just say frosty. It can't be, you can't have a frosty from a restaurant like that. Wow, words are failing me. Anyway,
it's all in the mind. If you wanna test me, I'm sure you'll find the things I'll teach ya. Sure to beat ya. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson.
okay, here we go.
Kick. Punch. Punch. Jump. Chop.
Not so good.
Bounce more now. Kick. Kick. Punch. Punch. Jump.
I feel like this version wants me to press the button slightly slow, which is ironic. Normally, you have to press early to count for input latency.
Jump. Jump. Turn. Pause. Pause.
Well, that's not good.
Jump. Pause. Pause. Duck. 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 Turn. Turn.
That's one way to do it.
Kick, punch, chop, block, chop, block, chop, kick,
Oh no.
chop, kick, punch, block, punch, block, punch, block, and jump,
Sometimes just pressing
duck, jump, duck, jump,
extra buttons is the easiest way to get through these things.
turn, pose, duck, and turn, duck, turn, duck, turn, jump,
Because it gets you like extra points.
jump, pose, come on now, why don't you follow my words
Here we go now. Kick, punch, block. Kick, punch, block. Kick, punch, block. Drop, kick, block. Chop, kick, block. Chop, kick, block. Drop, duck, and kick it.
Block, turn, and kick it. Block, duck, punch. But why is the duck punching?
Duck, duck, turn. Duck, duck, turn. Chop, kick, chop. Kick, chop, chop, kick. And punch, punch, punch.
Thank you, PS5. Very cool.
Punch, punch, punch.
I don't need to know that Fortnite updated. Like, thank you for that, PS5. Everybody needed to know that.
Now, the end of my simple introduction. Put up your fists, you evil crusaders. Let me knock you out.
I think they're already knocked out. You dummy. Please save your data. No, I didn't press that. I didn't press that either. Come on. There we go. You guys sit in the back. Fat donut.
It's a great day today. So what do you guys want to do?
Let's go down to the beach.
Oops. I pressed the touchpad. R.I.P. We don't get to see that scene. The touchpad counts as the start button.
Step on the gas, step on the gas, step on the brakes.
Step on the brakes, step on the brakes. Step on the gas, step on the gas.
Step on the gas, step on the brakes. Step on the brakes, step on the brakes. Step on the brakes, step on the gas. Step on the gas.
No. Press any button to continue. Yep. Check and turn the signals to the right. Now turn right. Check and turn the signals to the left. Now turn to the left. You know, if you hold a certain button, you can see specific special things in these stages.
Do I know why we stopped the car? Yes, yes. What? Do you know why we stopped the car?
Do I know why we stopped the car?
What? Yes, what? Yes, what?
You forgot to close the door. I just felt like this would be a nice break, you know? Check and turn the signals to the right. Step on the gas, now turn to the right. Check and turn the signals to the left. Step on the gas, now turn to the left. Step on the brakes. Do I know why we stopped the car again? It's like, this game doesn't take long to get through, as long as you don't get super stuck on Cheep Cheep stage. Cheep Cheep. Well, anybody who's played knows. Cheep Cheep stage is very tough. My dad's gonna bite me.
Parappa! Hey, Parappa! Where are you going with my car? You've only had that license 10 minutes!
It has Pop's car as its license plate on the back. He looks real menacing. How's it going, Danny? Look at that flip. I think he's an excellent driver, actually.
You know, this is really a lot of fun. Wouldn't it be nice if we could keep driving and go someplace far, far away?
New content in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I've vaguely been hearing about that.
Cool. Oh no. I can't believe it. My dad's gonna bite me.
Oh, crap.
Well, who would ever say that? Who would say, my dad's gonna bite me?
What am I going to tell your mother? I hope you're ready to pay for everything.
I'm in trouble now. How am I gonna pay for this car? How can I do that? Yeah, I know. I gotta believe.
So you want to sell goods at this flea market, eh?
And for some reason, this puts us at the flea market.
Right now, the most important thing in selling goods here is not money.
It's not money, it's love.
So if you
God.
want to sell goods here, come stand next to me. Follow me around.
He's gonna make money with his mind. Hmm.
I'm working in the flea market so early. I've been working here since my mama was a baby. Just because the rhythm is slow, that don't mean that you can't flow. In the rain or in the snow.
In the rain or in the snow? Got the funky flow. In the rain or in the snow? Got the funky flow. All you ever need is to be nice and friendly. All you ever need is to be nice and friendly. I pressed an extra button. I can sell it. What the? I will try to sell a cap like this, like. The skunk over here will bring you luck. The bump over here comes with the truck. In the rain or in the snow? Got the funky flow. In the rain or in the snow? Got the funky flow. I feel like I do better if I sing along, even though it's gotta annoy some people. You have never sold everything. I have never sold everything. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Those are the lyrics.
You got that right, teacher. Thanks a lot.
Oh man, the hard stage is coming up. Immediately. Pop's car. Guaranteed to catch her heart.
Okay,
birthday tomorrow, and for the party, we need someone to get a present, we need someone to buy a cake, and someone to set up.
Uh-huh. And how should we decide?
Well, how about John King?
Good idea.
Ah, yes, that's a normal thing to say in English.
John King Pong. Yay! I won! I'll be the setup producer.
For the most part, like, all the voices and everything were in English in the original Japanese release.
One more time.
But
John King Pong.
for some reason, they didn't translate the rock, paper, scissors thing
You have to get the
for
cake.
the actual English release.
All right, everybody. Let's all do our jobs and get ready for tomorrow.
Right on.
Fresh bake sale. It is really hard to make out the text with these, clearly AI upscaled movies.
Hiya, Parappa. Tomorrow's the big day, isn't it?
You know, he must have incredible arm strength.
That I got for Sunny?
Maybe he actually is incredibly powerful. Just for being able to carry that.
Of Sunny and I. A long relationship between a boy and a girl all depends on the foundation, you know. The second floor represents beauty. Being beautiful as she is, Sunny deserves all the rights to the word beauty. The 40th floor represents the obstacles that we must face. The 40th floor represents the obstacles that we must face. And the 41st floor is just to keep our awesome relationship. The 42nd floor represents all the sights and sounds that Sunny and
You just repeated the same thing twice during that questionable period.
Enough for now. I shall explain everything in better detail tomorrow.
He said the same thing twice. Plop. You know, it miraculously landed face up, so if he hadn't fallen on it...
What do you expect to do without a cake? A birthday party without a cake is like a dance floor without me. Do you understand that?
What should I do? I'm in trouble now. What should I do? I'm almost out of money, and I need a cake. Cheap. Cheap.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Yeah, I know. I've gotta believe.
Gotta believe, the cake is in my mind.
Welcome to Cheap Cheap, the Cooking Chickens Show.
The
Today's
Cooking
dish will be
Chickens
seafood
Show.
cake, guaranteed to catch her heart. And
This guy doesn't
now,
sound very
here she is.
enthused. Everybody knows this is the hardest stage in the game.
Every single day, stress comes in every way. I ain't got no time for nobody. My style is rich, dope, fat, and rich. We'll make a cake today that looks rich. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl. M-I-X the flour into the bowl. Hardly, you can't do extras on those verses, you know?
Butter, butter joins the bowl. Butter, butter, butter joins the bowl. We're making us a cake that you've never seen before.
Making us a cake that you've never seen before. Heat up the oven, now we're on a roll. Cheap, cheap, cheap's the name of your soul. Put the cake in the oven for a while. Leave it there, come on, clean the pile. Put the cake in the oven for a while. Leave, la 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 la. Here, I don't have a sample. Well, I failed. There's no coming back from this.
final touches.
All we gotta do is apply the final touches.
Take out the shrimp, the clam, and the perches.
Take out the shrimp, clam, and the perches.
The perch goes here, the clam goes there.
The perch goes here, the clam goes.
The little tiny shrimps
Whoops.
just go everywhere.
The little tiny shrimps just go everywhere.
Whatever you likes in the middle, fiddle.
Whatever you likes in middle, fiddle, middle.
Seafood cake comes just like the riddle.
Seafood cake comes like a riddle, like a.
God. See, this is a very difficult stage. The only one that I expected to have any trouble with. The timing is also a lot trickier on the stage than it looks.
My style is rich, dope, fat, and rich. We'll make a cake today that looks rich. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg
Even if
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
even if your timing sounds correct, it isn't necessarily.
X the flour into the bowl.
Baking a cake, yes, means you gotta try. I'm doing this for years, but don't ask me why. Butter, butter, butter joins the bowl.
Butter, butter, butter joins the bowl.
We're making us a cake that you've never seen before.
Make us a cake that you've never seen before.
Heat up the oven, now we're on a roll.
Heat up the oven, now we on a roll.
Cheap, cheap, cheap's the name of my soul.
Cheap, cheap, cheap's the name of your soul.
The other day,
It's so difficult.
little turkey, but I'm a chicken garlic, your beef jerky. Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pile.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pie.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pile.
Leave it there. Come on, clean the pile. This stage is very difficult.
Every single day,
Stress comes in every way. That's true. It comes in every way.
We'll make a cake today that looks rich. Crack, crack, crack the egg
It could be very stressful.
Crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg.
Somehow that was good.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X
That was not.
into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
Baking a cake, yes, means you gotta try. I'm doing this for
As long as every other one. Also, why do I still have this up?
butter joins the bowl.
Butter, butter, butter joins the bowl.
We're making us a cake that you've never seen before.
Make us a cake that you never seen before. Make us a cake.
Heat up the oven.
Whatever, it counted.
Heat up the oven, now we on the roll.
Cheap, cheap, cheap's the name of my soul.
Cheap, cheap, cheap's the name of your soul.
The other day, I was called a little
Somehow, still in good state.
your beef jerky. Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pile.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pie.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Put the cake in the oven for a while.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pile.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pie.
Here, I got a little sample.
Here, I don't have a sample.
'Cause ample time's just what we don't have.
Ample time's just what we don't have.
In the kitchen is making all the sound. The cake is done while we were sitting.
Make cake, make cake, make cake.
Was apply the final touches.
All we gotta do is apply the final touches.
Take out the shrimp, the clam, and the perches.
Take out the shrimps, the clam, and the perches.
The perch goes here, the clam goes there.
The perch goes there, the clam goes there.
The little tiny
Oops.
shrimps just go everywhere.
The little tiny shrimps just go everywhere.
Whatever you likes in the middle, fiddle.
Whatever you likes in the middle, fiddle, fiddle, fiddle.
Seafood cake comes just like
Uh-oh.
a riddle.
Seafood cake comes just like a riddle.
No! I dropped on the very last part of the very last verse. And yes, that is true about audio latency. There's obviously ways to go around through this. Like, I'm not actually playing off OBS's preview or anything. I route things through my main monitor on a different input.
Cake today that looks rich. Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X the flour into the bowl.
And I X the flour into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
Crack, crack, crack the egg into the bowl.
M-I-X
And I X the flour into the bowl. There is some input latency on my microphone as well, though, so I'm aware that it's slightly desynced when I sing along. Throwing the whole shell into the mixing bowl. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Haven't you ever made a cake? So far, we're doing really well. That was not good.
Leave it there, come on, clean the pile. Put the cake in the oven for a while. Put the cake in the oven for a while. Leave it there, come on, clean the pile. Leave it there, come on, clean the pile. Here, I got a little sample.
Yeah, I don't have a sample. Money and time's just what we don't have. You know what's funny is the sequel, Jammer Lammy? It cares less about the exact timing and more just about the fact that your rhythm is right, you know? Whatever you likes in the middle, fiddle. There we go.
Okay, that wasn't so hard, was it?
No
So,
problem. But how'd you get out the TV?
so what kind of cake is this? I have questions. I'm not sure it's actually like a seafood cake, considering everything. Okay. Onward. Yeah, you gotta take out the shrimps, the clams, and the perches, apparently. Full tank. Oh no. We all know what this stage is. It's the bathroom stage. What is this music? What is this music? You ever consider that Parappa's shoe looks like a hot dog?
No, not now. I have to go to the bathroom.
That brass sound, though.
Parappa looks so manly today. I've never seen him look this way before.
Is this game made by an indie dev? This was published by Sony back in the day. The creator, though, was like Rodney Greenblatt, but I'm pretty sure this was like considered like second-party Sony. Parappa was even in PlayStation All-Stars, I think. I never played it, though. Also, welcome.
My car tank is empty, but mine is full. I mean, I'm full of gas and not the car. No, the car needs gas, but anyway, we have to find a gas station right now.
Poor Parappa. It was the PS1 era.
Excuse me, this is an emergency. I need to go right now.
So do we.
Oh my, now what? What can we do?
Yeah, I know. Let's rap for it.
But yeah, it's like really, it's a much older game, but yeah. Tripping over my words. Alas. Anyway, this is the infamous bathroom stage. It has color. Kick, punch, turn, and chop the door.
Turn and chop door. Or I will fall to the floor. Or I will fall to the floor.
Kick, punch, turn, and chop the door.
Kick, punch, turn and chop the door.
Or I will fall to the floor.
Or I will fall to the floor.
No way. I've been sitting in my car, yes, now for days. Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the right? Did you check the toilets on the left? Oh my god. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow, but now I really gotta go. The toilet over there will bring you luck, so give up, I got no time to spare. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow, but now I really gotta go. This is so funny to be singing along to. Toilet over there will bring you luck, so give up, got no time to spare. Oh my god. Take it easy, Suika.
Even if you can't just talk the talk. I got a call. I am a chicken from the kitchen, and I ain't kidding, although nothing is written.
You are a chicken from the kitchen, and you ain't kidding, although nothing's written. Crack, break, fix the door, you know. I gotta go, so yes, open up, you know.
I am a chicken from the kitchen, and I ain't kidding, although nothing is written.
You are a chicken from the kitchen, and you ain't kidding, although nothing's written. Uh-oh.
I gotta go, so yes, open up, you know. Crack, break, fix the door, you know. I gotta go, so yes, open up, you know.
Phew.
It's all yours.
There we go. Thanks for the hydration reminder. Yeah, she's obviously from the chicken kitchen.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll drive you home now.
He's the same old Parappa again. Oh well.
Oh well. Do I want to overwrite this save data? Yes. Would I like to keep playing? Yes. I gotta believe. Now we basically get the victory lap stage, although it's still possible to fail it. I like how he has a dojo poster in his room. Friend. What a good song. Almost What is her house? It's a lemon? She lives in a lemon? Sunny Funny lives in a lemon? Is she a SpongeBob character secretly? Yeah, it's not under the sea, but it feels like a SpongeBob thing, right? Even though, like, SpongeBob came, like, later. Well, as they say, when life gives you lemons, the housing market is bad. That's what they say. What else are you gonna do, right? Club fun. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. And now we play the final song. How to own a home in a seller's market. 1. Big lemon. Time for the final song. No. What you gonna do when they come? What you gonna do when they come? I gotta believe. This one is... Look at this rhythm. This is a confusing song. But the thing is, since it's like a victory lap, the timing on it is still really lax for some reason. Like, as long as you press the right buttons, they basically register. Yeah, that's fine, right? You. Oh my gosh. I gotta redeem. I gotta relieve. I gotta receive. I gotta believe. Wow. You gotta redeem. Good point. Part of me was like, am I gonna have to turn off my redeems today, like entirely? But then I thought about it and I was like, but then I thought about it and I realized that, like, it takes like an hour to get like enough points for even one redeem in most situations, right? Like, sure, there's tons of people watching, and that rules, but with the cooldowns and everything, it's not like we're suddenly going to get 1 million redeems.
I spill my drink.
Yeah, the only people who could spam redeems would be the people who were here before today. Now! But the thing is that, like... I guess they could send a sound every minute.
It's a
for
big maze.
900 minutes. This is an easy song if you're actually focusing on it. Here we go. Somehow the game was okay with that. I gotta believe. I gotta oops. I gotta oops. I gotta oops. That's what it is.
Everything must be.
Close enough. Close enough. Close enough. Gotta receive. Gotta relieve. Gotta believe. I got it. I got it. Sorry, Parappa. I'm making a fool of you. Now, see, the thing is, this part becomes freeform and they don't tell you what part is next. So you can fail there very easily, even though the rest of the song is so easy. This also happened to Arino in the Game Center CX episode for it, I think. I just wish we could get to the song sooner. The introduction sequence here is so long. Okay, here we go. I gotta redeem. Gotta relieve. I gotta receive. I gotta believe. Here's the times. Is he offering a newspaper? which I can't. Gotta believe. Man, I gotta play something I have more to say about. I should do the Sonic Marathon. That's what I gotta do. Okay. We're about to get to the hard parts. I'm focusing. I'm focusing. I gotta believe, I gotta believe. I gotta receive. I gotta believe. Oh man, I'm so nervous about this part. Like the part immediately after this. Here we go. No. Yeah, it just cuts off abruptly like that. It's really funny when that happens. I was missing that last note. And that encore clapping. I'll be back in a moment. It is I, the cat returns. The cat is here. You are blessed with cat. Almost on fire. I shall hydrate. Little sip. So, you guys like Sonic the Hedgehog? You like things that go fast? You're still deciding. Come on, Masumi. You're my friend, aren't you? I tease. Cat baby.
Too speed, fast and way too fast.
Well, so those who are new here, I, Sarah Lene, every month I run a marathon where I play technically 5 Sonic games in one sitting. Sonic 1, Sonic CD, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic & Knuckles. All in one sitting. And that's what I'm gonna do. Because I haven't done it yet this month.
And I'll take a giant spicy fries, giant vanilla, and cherry pie.
See, they censored the word frosty.
Curly fries and a large chocolate, please.
Isn't that awkward?
I'll have a chunky garden salad, ginger soda, and a lemon pie.
Well, here I am with the girl of my dreams.
I just wanted you all to see how they censored the word frosty. You wish you had a large chocolate. That's a mood. I'm monitor over. Back to the computer. I'm turning off this PS5. Put away this keyboard and switch to my other gaming keyboard. I'm that much of a gamer. And move scenes over to Sonic. Sonic Marathon Game 1. Go! Yeah, my frame times have been completely screwed up until the recent NVIDIA drivers. I can't explain it. They finally fixed it though, which I was happy about. I forgot to put the timer on. Hold on, hold on. I can't do this without my timer. I mean, I can, but... I'm opening Live Split. Come on. Open up. It's the cops. There we go. You guys can see the Live Split now. Let's go. Oh man, apparently my frame times are still messed up, but only when I'm streaming now. At least that's better than them being messed up non-stop. I can live with that. I can live with that because I still know what I'm doing. This is one of your favorite things to watch? Well, I hope that some people will enjoy it. Oops, I got stuck. I go through these games as quickly as I can. That's what I do. Because these are Sonic games. People say they're supposed to be fast. I don't know if they're that fast. What do you guys think?
Speed fast and way too fast.
Freedom Planet. I'm not getting through Freedom Planet quickly. I mean, I know that I'm one of the people who made Freedom Planet, one of them, but that doesn't mean that I'm fast at it. I was only like an assistant programmer. Plus, Brevin kicks my butt. Didn't I play Freedom Planet 2 on, like, release day? Act 3. Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, assuming Sonic is about speed from the get-go is kind of a misunderstanding, right? Because speed is the reward. You can go very fast in these stages, but you gotta be good at them first. Okay, let's kill this boss. The famous first boss of Sonic the Hedgehog 1. There we go. Taken care of. How are we looking? 3 minutes? Oops. I know what's probably messing up these frame timings is this. Maybe that'll fix it. Whatever. It's unfortunate that Nvidia hasn't had better drivers recently. Anyway, Sonic the Hedgehog, really cool dude. Sonic has a super interesting developmental history, though. Like many Sonic Team projects, this game began as, like, something that took place in the world of dreams and starred, like, a couple of kids trying to fight against nightmares. The whole hedgehog thing didn't come until later, and setting it in a different world than the world of dreams also didn't come until later. When it started development, Sonic had a girlfriend named Madonna. She was a human girlfriend. A blonde in a red dress. So just in case we forget that Sonic was always supposed to have a human girlfriend. I don't really agree with the whole Elise thing, but it goes that far back, so you gotta consider that. The project originally started as a story starring two young boys. Thank you for the follow. You can find, like, concept art of the original concept by, Oshima. And, you know, a lot of that concept art is really interesting. You know, the Eggman design began as, like, him in a bee suit as one of the nightmares? It's wild. Not even Eggman began as the guy we know. And I swear, this stuff sounds insane, but Google it. I am not making a single iota of this up. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it was gonna be something entirely different. Although things like the whole loop-de-loop stuff was basically there from the beginning. So, like, some of the Sonic DNA was there from the start. I love talking about Sonic developmental history when I play these games. Hey, Rachel! Were they set to create a mascot to rival Mario from the beginning? I don't believe so. I think at the time they still basically considered Wonder Boy, or not Wonder Boy, but like Alex Kidd or such, to be more along such lines. Okay, I'm gonna grab the invincibility. The palettes are a little different for a couple of the acts when I play, along with some music changes. Just for, like, Act 2 and 3, to mix things up a little. Make it a little less repetitive. But the gameplay and the level layouts, those are all intact. If any of you are curious about the details, you can type !Sonic. Although the list is a little outdated, but it's mostly right. I, of course, own legal copies of all these games and the data that I used. Because, for Sonic 1 Forever and Sonic 2 Absolute and things like that, you need the original data of the games from like Sonic Origins or such in order to play them. Okay. The thing about Marble Zone is there's really only a couple routes through these levels. More than anything, that's one of the weird things about it. Most of the other Sonic 1 zones, true to what you would expect, have several routes. But Marble Zone is kind of puzzly and has a more specific layout to it that you have to traverse. Oh, thank you, Hellspectre. Okay, this part is a little slow. Gotta wait for these things. And then we have this part. Unlike the earlier part that's similar to this, I don't have to wait for the block at all. I can just go. Careful. Up we go. It's still unfortunate that Yuji Naka became a criminal. I say became, but he treated the Sonic 2 team very poorly, so, you know, but I feel like he would have been like my idol if he had been a decent man, because he's such a good programmer and such, and I'm a game developer. That reminds me, I really hope we get the No More Heroes patches out soon, the updates that I've done recently. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was developed in America at STI with a team made of a mix of English-speaking Americans and Japanese-speaking Japanese, but there were only a couple people on the team who knew both languages. So many of them had no idea what the others were saying. And some of the Japanese team, but mainly Yuji Naka, would talk about the Americans on the team behind their back, or rather right in their face, but in Japanese. And, woof. There was a lot of, discrimination against the Americans on the team by the Japanese team members. Mainly Yuji Naka, but you know, again, not many people knew both languages on the team. Sonic 2 in general had a pretty troubled development, all things considered. The game was supposed to be over twice as long as it ended up being. There were a numerous amount of cut zones. The game was actually originally supposed to feature time travel, like Sonic CD does, although it was coincidental because Sonic CD was still being developed in Japan at the same time Sonic 2 was being developed. And the two teams did not have much communication. Because, you know, these were the days when the internet wasn't so much of a thing as it is now. So it wasn't unusual for most communication between companies like that to be phone calls and faxes. And for it to be rather seldom. Especially since these were two technically unrelated games, even though they were both Sonic games. Anyway, a lot of the work that was done by the Americans on the team was tossed out. Especially that of poor Brenda Ross. Although she left her impact, like apparently she is the one who came up with the full name Miles Tells Prower, as we learned in a recent interview with her. When Sonic 3 rolled around, Sonic 3 was also developed at STI, but they put in a special, yeah, Craig Stitt got one of his zones in. But anyway, they put in a special system at STI when Sonic 3 was being developed with, like, passes. Like, you had to have a pass to get into certain parts of the STI building. And Yuji Naka basically used this to keep any Americans from being uninvolved in Sonic 3's development. Aside for certain musicians, but that's a different thing. That's a different issue altogether. Sonic CD was done by Oshima. Naka was in America at the time working on Sonic 2. But basically, yes. It's interesting, though, that the two teams came up with so many similar concepts without consulting each other about it. Like, people from both teams have commented about the fact that they had no idea the other team was having a metal Sonic in their game. The fact that both games were going to have time travel, although it didn't end up in Sonic 2 at the end. One of the things that does make sense, though, is the fact that Sonic 2 has the Death Egg and Sonic CD has something similar to that, because that idea actually predates both of them. The Death Egg first appears in a Sonic 1 TV spot, a commercial for the game, that has almost nothing but zones that aren't actually in the game. Like a desert, and a clock tower, and the Death Egg, which happened to be, like, egg-shaped in that commercial. A lot of this that I'm saying, like, to somebody who has no idea, it would sound like complete nonsense, but you can look this stuff up really easily. I just happen to know a ton about Sonic, because I've been playing Sonic games my whole life, and I'm somebody who... One of my biggest interests is game development, like, as a whole. And Sonic 2 happens to have one of the most documented developments of any video game, because numerous prototypes have come out over time, and the community has, like, interviewed developers so many times who were involved with Sonic 2. Over time, it just became an expectation that Sonic games developments would be investigated and documented. Most of the, like, ROM hacking scene these days owes itself to the Sonic community and the fact that the Sonic 2 beta leaked back in the day. It's wild. Well, you see, the commercial in question, the clock tower thing, it has him, like, hanging off of the hands of the clock tower, which is something that would appear in a later Sonic game, much later. We're talking, like, Unleashed. Yeah, so I grew up upper middle class. You know how everyone had a friend who, like, they had every game console and what felt like every game? That was me. I was that friend among the people I knew. But I really loved the Hedgehog. Like, I loved Super Nintendo games, but when it came to my Genesis, I just couldn't get enough of Sonic the Hedgehog. And when the Sega CD was out, I thought that was the coolest idea ever. Especially when I got to rent a Sega CD, which people never tell you that you could rent consoles back then, from, like, Blockbuster. I got to rent a Sega CD and a copy of Sonic CD, and I fell in love immediately. I was like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing I have ever seen or ever will see in my life. And while I wasn't completely correct, what can I say? It was engrossing. Time travel is one of my favorite things. I feel like when I say that, it's like I'm saying that I time travel or something, which is not true. Although I was a compulsive liar as a kid and would say things like that I had built a time machine to try to impress people. I was so pathetic, oh my god. But no, I love time travel media. Stuff like Steins Gate and Back to the Future are among my favorite things of all time. And so Sonic CD put together Sonic with time travel, and I was like, oh my god, two of my favorite things. You once convinced a friend that you were breeding genetically engineered spiders in a terrarium. Okay, but were you though? Well, the fact you convinced them of, that was real, right? That wasn't a lie. I'm sure that you were actually doing that. It sounds like something you would have done. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah. So I just thought Sonic CD was so cool, and I loved the soundtrack and everything. Even though these days I prefer the European and Japanese soundtrack for Sonic CD. Thank you for the follow. A special TV that would let you look around corners in video games in the NES era. That is something, Rachel. That's interesting. I know that it's a lie, but it's like such a particular lie. You used to tell your friends you were Sonic's sibling. Okay, so you were Sister Sonic. Let me explain. The game Popful Mail by Falcom was originally going to be released in the US, adapted as a Sonic game called Sister Sonic. They were changing the main character, Popful Mail, the bounty hunter, into a hedgehog that would be Sonic's sister. This was not something that was just a rumor. Again, I'm saying insane things here that are completely true. Can you even imagine if we lived in the world where Sister Sonic had come out? And people for a while thought, oh, this must be something that this Western magazine made up from something that was just slightly rumored by someone. But then, many years later, somebody actually looked into it deeper, and they were able to find references to it in Japanese magazines, proving that no, it was a very real thing. It was wild to find out about all that. There's been a lot of very strange things when it comes to Sonic development and, like, magazines. Cause, when Sonic 2 was in development, there were several cut zones. Like I said, the game got cut down to about half of its originally intended size. Screenshots of a couple of those cut zones, like Wood Zone and Hidden Palace Zone, ended up in magazines in previews of Sonic 2, along with a mock-up of the zone known as Sand Shower Zone. And so that was part of what caused the whole situation of, we want to find prototypes of Sonic 2. And when we found them, sure enough, Hidden Palace and Wood Zone were actually in those prototypes. Eventually, Hidden Palace got added officially in mobile versions of the game. Yeah, Rachel, you get it. You absolutely get it then. I was super obsessed with all this stuff. It was everything to me. I would trawl Sonic forums looking for more information about this stuff day in, day out. And this made me become extremely interested in the ideas behind game development, like what goes on when games are being developed. What's the Sonic equivalent of finding Mew under the truck? Good question. That's sincerely a good question. But Hidden Palace Zone might actually kind of be that, because it started being rumored after the magazine, ways you could access it, and you could kind of access it with a Game Genie, but it was entirely corrupted because all of the data was removed. However, it would play a song that you don't hear anywhere else in Sonic 2, and it would show the text Hidden Palace Zone. But it would be all corrupt graphics and Sonic would just fall to his death. I want the shield. This is the gauntlet. I want the shield. I just realized I've been autopiloting the whole game. While I've just been talking about Sonic, I haven't been thinking at all about what I'm actually doing in the game. Look at that. I didn't even touch the water. Oh my god. Yeah, Hidden Palace stuck around for a long time while other data for Sonic 2 got deleted, like Wood Zone. As well as remnants of stuff like Cyber City Zone, which in the prototypes was labeled Genocide City Zone. That stuff all got deleted completely, but Hidden Palace stuck around, even though no further development happened on the level. Very interesting. From what we've heard from developers, they had decided they wanted to use that stage for some sort of cutscene, such as maybe for unlocking Supersonic or for the time travel that was going to happen in the game. They kept finding purposes they wanted to use it for, but in the end it didn't materialize. Sonic Extreme? I think that game's development was a mess. It's interesting, but it was a mess. But, you know, eventually a zone called Hidden Palace Zone, and with some relations to the original one, ended up in Sonic 3. So there's that. Yeah, I feel like Sonic Extreme probably would have set off a lot of people's, like, motion sickness, right? They had a lot of weird ideas they were playing with Sonic Extreme. Western developers have been trying to get a more serious Sonic game off the ground for a while. There was a project called Sonic Mars that was supposed to be based on, like, SatAM. And ultimately, it didn't get very far. But you can find a trailer out there that shows, like, mock-up gameplay from Sonic Mars that... it's... I don't really think they knew what they were going with that either. But it's an interesting part of Sonic history. I think it's hilarious how much I'm saying stuff that I know if I were not a super dedicated Sonic fan, I'd be hearing this and going, that girl is just making stuff up now. You know? Yeah, Tarkus, I don't know how I would feel about making the Freedom Fighters canon. They appear in Sonic Spinball in minor cameos, but like that's the extent it gets. Okay, I want to be invincible. I'm not talking about Mark Grayson, although he's a cool character. So, am I just autopiloting my way through one of my best Sonic 1 runs ever? Is that what's happening over here? Man, I guess it is. But I still may not meet my best time. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. You know, it was really funny playing the GBA version of Sonic 1 because you didn't even have to engage with this. You could just jump, and you would jump high enough to hit Eggman. Of course, there's a lot of things wrong with Sonic Genesis, but that one was one of the most funny ones to me. Ah! I don't need a ring, what am I doing? Looking at the clock, there is no way I'm making personal best, but I'm still having a very good run here. Anyway, it's just wild. Like, I know some of the things I'm saying sound crazy, but look it up. They are facts. I would never talk out my butt about Sonic the Hedgehog. I take him too seriously. The only time I would just say something about Sonic, I would qualify it with the fact that I don't know about it. That's the kind of person I am. Meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. I'm just having a very good time, okay? Hey, did you know that in early versions of Sonic 2 you could walk into a wall at full speed and fall over days like a cartoon character? Yeah, sure, uh-huh. Yeah, Rachel, there's some really wild stuff. It's very funny. Did you know that the drop dash was originally going to be in Sonic 3? And that, supposedly, the developers of Sonic Mania had no idea about this. Did you know that in Sonic 3, Super Sonic was going to have the power to throw rings? And that this was removed, but that's why Metal Sonic, when he, Mecha Sonic, when he is Super, is able to do that. He throws what looks like onion rings, but no, those are just the rings from the Sonic 3 beta that Super Sonic would have been able to throw. Like, I can rapid fire stuff that sounds like bullcrap. And just happens to actually be completely true. I'm damage boosting this. It would be much slower if I went through it normal. Oh crap. Whatever, we're fine. I want the invincibility. Over here. Another thing that sounds like bullcrap that has been said by Sonic Team is that rings don't actually exist in Sonic, that they are purely a game mechanic, and that there is no explanation behind them because they don't exist. This is especially wild because basically every Sonic adaptation has done something with rings, even the movies. Like, that sounds fake, right? Now, watch how fast I can get through this level that is infamously considered a long and miserable level. Whoops! Never mind, I'm on the wrong track now. Surprising. I'll get back soon though, it won't take long. I just have to go up here. Drowning. I knew that would work. Okay, now we're almost out. Stage done.
Two speeds. Fast and way too fast.
Technically, real life money isn't real. I get you, but... yeah, like, there's been lots of excuses for rings over the years. But according to Sega of Japan, rings are not real, apparently. Weird. That is one of the strangest facts that I know, oops, about Sonic the Hedgehog. This was almost a deathless run of the game. Well, Tarkus, apparently rings are just basically something for us to understand as players, as a life source. Which means that Supersonic just has, like, a power meter of some kind, basically, that has never come up. This was a recent thing, by the way. They hadn't made a comment like this about rings in the past, but they've never explicitly confirmed anything either. Oh crap! I never let that happen. What happened to me? Oh well. I am really in my element when I am talking about this darn hedgehog, and the surreal things that are true of Sonic history. As well as just the normal things that are true of Sonic history. Talking about Sonic 2 development is always interesting. I know, Tarkus! Like, I don't think it makes any damn sense to have word of godded the fact that rings apparently don't exist. It doesn't make a bit of sense. I also agree with you, Rachel. But like, again, what they said is that rings only exist as a gameplay device. It's fine to not have an explanation for them, but to just plain say they're not real is one of the strangest things they've ever done. Yeah, it would be like if they said that Mario is actually broke and has never collected a coin. They could have simply not said anything, yes! That's how I feel about it too. There's also been conflicting information about the so-called special zone before, where the special stages are to begin with. No, Kintobor was not real per se. That was from a lore Bible specifically made for the West. Oh, why am I doing this? Why did I try to jump through? You see, normally my technique for doing this boss would be to stay on the far right the whole time, which would be safer, but it would take a lot longer. I'm gonna play it safe now, though, because we only have one life left. Anyway. Basically, Kintobor was one of those things they came up with thinking they were going to make Sonic popular with that sort of thing. And like, the UK comics, the Fleetway comics, they took that and ran with it. While the US stuff kind of didn't really take anything except the name Evo Robotnik. Although Archie Comics would still give Sonic an incredibly lame actual name, with Sonic being a nickname. Yeah, according to Archie Comics, he's named Maurice. I thought your middle name was The. Yeah, his name, according to Archie Comics, was Maurice. That's not canon, though. It's only canon to Archie. Reading the Archie Sonic comics is a trip. You discover so many crazy things they came up with. Anyway, we beat Sonic 1. Next is Sonic CD. Thank you for the follow. No plays on Nixie soon. It's a pretty good time. It wasn't nearly as good as my PB, but it was a pretty good time. Thank you for the hydration reminder. You played this over 30 years ago? That's wild. It's wild for me to think of Sonic that has existed for 30 years, even though I know that, like, that's the case. It's like, time is fake. Time is made up. The PS2 and Nintendo DS are still pretty new. They're made up just like rings. Oh my god. Generations and Unleashed are considered true now. I'm gonna change my hairstyle. Jacket off. Dark mode. Okay, let's boot up Sonic CD. Up, down, left, right, A plus start. Sonic CD. Toot Toot Sonic Warrior. I have to delete the save data from last time where we got all the time stones, man. Yeah, you're thinking of the debug mode. Why is my model tracking acting up? Oh god, my phone is burning hot. I moved it a little. I moved it closer to me, which isn't necessarily good. But it should make my model tracking recover a little soon. You prefer Sonic Boom? I think Sonic Boom is a great song. I just usually play with this soundtrack. Thank you for subscribing, Hexagon Witch. It's a Sonic Warrior, deep in space and time. It's a Sonic Warrior forever in your mind. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, cause if you try, you can do anything. It's Sonic Warrior always takes a chance. It's Sonic Warrior, never say he can't. Nothing can survive the way to stay alive, cause if you try, you can do anything. Thank you for the follow. Resume. That's the button. I pressed the wrong button at first. Yeah, I always enjoy that intro animation dramatically. So good. Thank you for the follow. Oops! Now I'm the one going oops instead of Parappa the Rapper. I was playing Parappa earlier. Crap. I do not want to time travel. As cool as the time travel is, in an ideal run, you do not time travel, because time travel just takes so long. Like if you're running for speed, I mean. You gotta do what? You gotta oops. I'm gonna restart YouTube Studio. My tracking will be dead while I'm doing this. The inflow track. Now you know tomorrow comes so simple. Gotta get through you. I know, that's a different inflow track. My tracking should come back momentarily. There we go. Give it a follow. One of my favorite Sonic CD facts. It's kind of screwed up. One of my favorite Sonic CD facts is the fact that the invincibility time is slightly different between the US and Japanese versions because the song length is slightly different, and they based it on the length of the song. So for this boss, you want to stay on the right side, so then you can just do this. You don't even have to engage. He should have turned around. That's his fault, really. Man, I wish my model would recover. I think it's G-Sync, actually. It's doing that. Crap. There we go. I may be able to fix my tracking if I... Give me a moment. I don't want to mess up the run to do it, you know? What the? Why is that sprite missing? Well, it's still not as bad as last time I ran Sonic 2. For some reason, my Sonic 2 build got really messed up last time I played it. I fixed it, though. Off stream. Anyway, maybe if I do this... No, YouTube Studio is still being silly. Getting through this part of this stage is always awkward. So, what's everyone's feelings on the two soundtracks of the game? I like them both. I feel like the European soundtrack fits the game better, but I think both soundtracks are really cool. And I would listen to the US soundtrack in a CD player all the time, once I got the game. Oh no! I time traveled! I think I've said it a few times, but I feel like the US soundtrack makes a really good arrange album. Like, not an arrange album, but like, just a music album to listen to. But maybe not as much of a game soundtrack for this kind of game. I used to play a lot of Jedi Knight, and some custom Jedi Knight stages had Sonic CD music for some mysterious reason. Don't ask me why, I don't know. And I generally thought that it somehow fit that game more than it fit this one. Which is weird. I'm talking like a fan-made stage, as if that wasn't obvious, the mapping community. Because I played a lot of multiplayer, and playing the official stages wasn't really, popular. And of course, here we have the music that traumatized a lot of children. Because it's so freaky. It's like the most evil circus music you've ever heard in your life. You know? Crap. There we go, that's better.
I am the Ringmaster.
Crap. I usually don't have this much trouble on this boss, but the thing with this boss is it usually either takes, like, it takes 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Not literally, but figuratively. There we go, it's defeated. Creepy pasta music. Yeah, I get you. It can only take 9:59. You got me there. Again, I'm sorry about my model skipping around during Sonic CD. Apparently, G-Sync decided it doesn't like VTube Studio, even though I moved it to the other monitor. I really should just disable it for VTube Studio, but I never had an issue before, so I never thought about it. It is what it is. The funny thing is, if I tab out, it immediately normalizes until I tab back in. Funny thing is, like, I've got VTube Studio over on my second monitor now, but it's still doing it. This is the part where I jokingly go, Denchi? Yeah, Sonic CD's aesthetic and vibe are sublime. That's part of why I love it so much. Like, you don't get vibe this strong anymore outside of the occasional indie game. I say as I die. I usually don't die during Sonic CD run until the last boss, if at all. Well, the last stage, the last act. Metallic Madness 3. The jump sound effect, yeah, it's controversial. It's a very controversial sound effect. The version I'm playing, you can switch it to the other sound effect. But, like, I try to keep these things, like, feeling like the original overall, you know? Without being the original. Like, Vanilla Plus is what I go for. But yeah, Miracle Edition has a toggle. You can set it to use the Genesis jump sound. Yeah. Whoops. I don't need to go this way. I need to go this way. Bonk. Look, it's Eggman, exactly as he looks in Sonic 06. Very realistic Eggman. Interestingly, those Eggman-like murals on the wall are also off-model. Four, 3, 2, 1. Ah, got shot.
I am the Ringmaster.
This boss is so silly and so unnecessary. Like, come on. That was the whole boss fight right there. Bonk. I'm trying to tab out while it's doing the results. Come on. Because I want to add VTube Studio to NVIDIA so that I can enable G-Sync in it explicitly. Crap. That was a kind of scary situation for a moment. Oh lord, Chaotix. That game has so much potential. And, like, I thought it was the coolest thing ever when I was a kid. Pretty much. Well, not as cool as CD, but, like, you know, in the way that kids think a million things are the coolest thing ever. Regrettably, the stage design is not very good, and a lot of the stages are just previous stages with modifications made to them. It's weird. There's a big difference between playing Chaotix on your own and playing it with two people as well. It's a completely different experience based on that, if you ask me. Past. Future. This stage is pretty straightforward when it comes to the actual path you need to take. This is one of the couple of cases in Sonic CD specifically, where you want to stay low to get through the stage quicker. Wacky Workbench is the most notable one though. Co-op Chaotix sounds like the quickest way to end a friendship you want to be rid of. Well, I've played it with a couple people and survived it that way, so somehow. Although me and Ray Robinstein, we did not finish the game when we played it together. At some point, Ray was just like, I think I've had enough of this game, actually. Which is like the most reasonable reaction I've seen to Sonic Chaotix. Thank you for the follow. I really gotta fix my monitor, my model stuttering, but... The funny thing is, it probably won't even matter after Sonic CD. Well, I managed to change the setting, at least. It won't take effect immediately, which makes it kind of a moot point. You know, in Sonic Origins, they took out all the voice clips because Sonic is supposed to be a mute as a classic, like, you know, classic Sonic Never Talks in Generations. So they took out all of those voice clips for Sonic. I think they left past and future, but they took out Sonic specifically. Isn't that really unfortunate? It's like, the voice clips are one of the important iconic parts of Sonic CD. That's what I think. You can take the CD out of the Sonic, but you shouldn't take the Sonic out of the CD. This stage requires some silly acrobatics. They couldn't get Mega Man to provide voiceovers. I'm with a lot of people who think it would have been very funny to have Jaleel White voice classic Sonic in the dub, if he had a voice, but at the same time, the fact is that in the West, Sonic practically has a different personality than Japanese Sonic. It's sort of similar to Goku in that, Western Sonic's just a different dude. Basically. Because you see, a lot of people think that Goku is some super heroic guy who's, you know, a little airbrained, but still ultimately an all-around good guy who really cares about everyone. When the truth is, Goku never changed after Dragon Ball. Like, he is a goof, but it's because he literally never grew up and still sounds like a kid. Whereas Western Goku sounds like an adult. It's one of the strangest things. But, you know, another thing is that, like, I feel like Western Goku comes off kind of seriously when Eastern Goku is kind of, like, you know, he's kind of a smartass. Because he's a kid, he's childish, immature, insulting. And, of course, he wants to fight everyone because he wants a fight. He doesn't really care about saving the world, it's more of a bonus. And like, the situation with Sonic is sort of the opposite of that, because Western Sonic is a wisecracking smartass. You know? And Japanese Sonic, he's a free spirit. He is the wind. He's one of the most carefree and easygoing guys you'll ever meet, and he cares about everyone he meets. Just a lot of weird stuff when it comes to these kinds of localizations. As somebody in localization, I kind of get why stuff like that happens, but I don't have to agree with it. I'm gonna restart VTube Studio. Please hold. Please hold for the return of Cat. Oh crap. Okay, this boss. I think I fixed the thing. So at least there's that. Yeah, seems fine. Seems fine now. Uh-oh. And here's the part where they trick you, because if you jump to the higher one now, you crash into the ceiling and die. And that was Wacky Workbench. I really enjoy that zone. A lot of people hate it. They've been moving Goku closer to his Eastern counterpart lately, or do you mean Sonic? Oh, you meant Goku. I haven't been keeping up with Western Dragon Ball, so I have no idea. Oh, you meant Sonic. That is kind of... They have been doing that with Sonic. Especially now that, like, Ian Flynn is more heavily involved in the series. Like, he seems to have some level of understanding of who Sonic is, which I think it would be hard to do if he didn't, because, like, the Western version is being used as the lead version. The English version is being used as the lead version for Sonic games now. I'm sorry, guys. I could talk about Sonic for years, but I would just never shut up. I would simply not stop talking. I would simply never stop talking. Whoa, 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 whoa. How do you guys feel about this song? You like it? Crap. It surprised you to know that several people watching a person play a Sonic game have a special interest in Sonic. No, it wouldn't surprise me. However, I would be surprised if the number was 866. Man, I'm missing food on the Friday. Oh no! I can't attend. Thank you for the follow. Work that sucker to death. Come on now, work that sucker to death. Here we go. Uh-oh. I knew I was gonna land on him. I'm using the traditional spin dash here rather than the Genesis one, so I can't rev up to get extra speed. And the peel out won't do that much better if you don't have a little bit of wind up. Oh, hell yeah. I got on the upper part for a moment. Oh crap. As long as I don't get caught on those, I'm fine. Got it. It won't let me go over to Amy until Eggman is done with his thing there. Yeah, sometimes that just happens, Instigator. When I streamed Sonic 06 recently, I breezed through every single really rough part. Thank you for the follow. Crap. Man, maybe I should have just been playing Sonic from the start today, huh? I get on the front page, me, the Sonic person, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna play Bucky O'Hare. I mean, I love that game, but, like, I have so much more in my element now, and I'm sure it shows. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that forever. I played it on the normal difficulty, Rickshaw. I did clear it pretty handily, though, outside of some trouble with the like fortress boss thing, and the of course, the last stage. Repetition now. Da-ba-da-da-da. I'm so sad that I'm missing Buddha Hata Friday. Oh well. Front page opportunities don't exactly happen too often. Yeah, I have it split down the middle. Like, you know how I've got like those alternate act themes for Sonic 1 and 2, and the alternate palettes and stuff? I tried to do something similar here, but by splitting the two soundtracks across the acts. And making my own custom palettes for the Act 2s where I could. Which I did completely by hand. Isn't it fun when you're a game developer so you can just go into a game and change it because you know this stuff already? Granted, I did get my start as like a ROM hacker back in the day, right? Doing like fan translation stuff. So many people in recent time have been recognizing me for my Ragnarok Battle offline translation. Even though that was like, it feels like an entirely different life to me. It's so long ago, you know? Granted, when I streamed that game with Foxandra and Zoe Techie, I did update my translation a bit before, as you guys might remember. So I updated a translation like 17 years later or something crazy like that. Oh no! Yeah, it was an extremely long time ago, Rickshaw. It was something like 17 years. Might have been 18 by now. Oh no! I don't like saying things that make me feel old, and that reveal anything about my age. I mean, I'm obviously just like 21 or something, right? You all know it. It's obvious. But it's hard to hide the fact that I've had like influence over so many years, right? So it's impossible for me to actually hide my age. Oh no, this bug again. Oh no! Guess what? Sonic's still tiny. Live with it. Like, speaking of child prodigies here, look at Sonic. We got Game Gear Sonic over here, just going through this Sega CD level. I have to wait slightly longer because he's like this, though. Because he's slightly less tall. There we go. Yeah, the PS2 and the Nintendo DS are still pretty new. I sometimes struggle badly on this level. Particularly... what are my thoughts on localization on series like Fire Emblem or Mother? I think that Earthbound has an exceptional localization. With a comedy game like that, you have to take a lot of liberties, because it is very difficult to get comedy across on the same level without localizing. However, the stuff with Fire Emblem confounds me to this day. There's a lot of stuff they really didn't need to change at all, and they still do. And the fact that there are 2 translations, one for Europe and one for the US, did you know that that happened because of a Mario Party game? They used a word that was completely acceptable in US English, but unacceptable in UK English. And that resulted in wide complaints and a reissue of the UK version of the game. And in turn, that caused Nintendo to release more literal translations in Europe, and then the fully edited translations in the US. And I think that's an interesting situation that happened. Like, I don't fully agree with that, but I get it. I have heavily researched Mother 2's localization, though. And I think it is very fascinating to actually analyze it like Client Mandolin did. Yeah, super interesting topic, right? But one that naturally... Oh man, I've still got the widget broken thing on my donation meter. I don't need this anymore, what am I... Why don't I just erase the text so that if it's still showing anywhere, it won't be there anymore? Yeah, it's unfortunate that they had to cut, like, the Beatles references and stuff like that for the most part. They added one, though. They added one Beatles reference, didn't they? But yeah, localization like this is always a fascinating topic for me because, I've worked in localization for over 15 years. Both as a translator and as simply a programmer. CD took no time at all? Yeah, it's no big deal. I could have taken less. It looks like I was a little under a minute slower than my best. Or something. One of the biggest problems in localization history for me is Final Fantasy VII, because while it seems like a serviceable translation despite some obvious problems, it completely mangles some of the information and makes you come away with completely different understanding of the reunion theory, as well as Sephiroth's status during the entire game. They completely mess that up. And the only way you can get it clarified in the English version is if you watch a very optional scene that is hard to find, that just actually translated it right for that part. And then, like, most players will be like, oh, that's what was going on. When in Japanese it was obvious all along. Like, it's one thing to translate a game the way like Breath of Fire 2 is translated, where it's really literal, but all the information is fine, compared with Final Fantasy VII, where you come away with an actively less understanding of the game than you would with the literal translation. It's wild. Strange that with all the FF7 re-releases they never retranslated it. The mobile game. There is a mobile FF7 game that is episodic and has a similar presentation to the original game, but has like the battles being presented in a remake sort of graphic style. You know the one? They retranslated it in that, but they have never implemented the retranslation in the official, the original, what I meant to say, game. Wild, right? It is wild. Yeah, there is one major translation in Breath of Fire 2, but for the most part it's just a very flat translation. There is a retranslation of Final Fantasy VII called Bayakaz, which is included in the Reunion patch for the PC version. But the thing is, Bayakaz is too literal. However, it is still a dramatic improvement over the original translation that was released. Another thing that like bothers me about Final Fantasy VII's translation like that is a lot of the time it feels like they have made Tifa into the tomboy character and Aerith into the like sweet innocent one, when the opposite is true. Aerith is a rambunctious as hell tomboy with a ton of personality, and Tifa is kind of sweet and subdued. I'll be back in a moment before we start Sonic 2, alright? Song to Sonic 2. Thank you for the follow. Here we go, it's Sonic 2 time. Also, it seems like it's running mostly fine for me, with just occasional little hitches, which is a lot better than it was before the NVIDIA driver. I'm guessing it's probably something with the stream because it was running fine without it. Why am I talking so fast? Is it because I have the speech shoes? Do the speech shoes also make me talk very fast? That's weird. I wouldn't have thought that would happen. The captions are having trouble keeping up with me when I talk like that. Anyway. People love Sonic 2, right? Sonic 2 Absolute and Sonic 3 Terror Instinct. That's good. I also enjoy Sonic 2. For ages I was saying like how it wasn't my favorite Sonic anymore, like it was my least favorite of the 5 that we play through these marathons. And like, that's still basically true, but the thing is, I got so into Sonic because I loved Sonic 2 so much, and I feel like I've been warming back up to it a little, you know, over time. Because like, I still like the game, but like I might be falling in love with it again a little. That kind of thing. My favorite will probably always be Sonic CD. And out of total Sonic games, like, I think the only thing giving CD a run for its money is Shadow Generations, which I'm really surprised. That game is amazing. Yeah, Tarkus, part of how we even got like much of a connection to each other was that I like helped you get Sonic CD running right, didn't I? Like ages ago now. What's up, Red Guy? I see. The thing is, I'm just engaging in the cat and mouse game that Eggman puts out for me. Cause my personal headcanon is that basically Sonic is what Eggman sees as his only friend. Like, Eggman's a really lonely guy, that's why he builds friends. But he's constantly, like, playing with Sonic and everything, but he never succeeds, even though sometimes he is really dang close to it. So I like to believe that... I should have let him escape. I get it, I'm just saying. I believe that Eggman basically likes Sonic. That's why he goes to all the trouble, instead of just, defeating him. Because, like, Eggman probably knows he could just create a robot out of spikes. I think Eggman knows that Sonic's gonna save the day every time. Like, yeah, think about the connection between Batman and the Joker. The Joker's evil, that's the case. But, you know? What the? The game jerked a little. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. It's going well, Dylan. How are you? Like, I'm not getting top tier times, and it's kind of expected since I was nervous about being on the front page and all. Oh no. But they've still been pretty good times. Am I really being explained to about this kind of thing? Wow. Okay. I'll never get over people trying to explain Sonic to me. Hey, how you doing, Mauve? I think you've been here, but how are you doing? Sonic explaining. That's a good word. I want that to be our official term for it from now on. Anyway, I don't mean it meanly or anything. I appreciate that someone is trying to explain new things to me. But, you get me. I know people don't do this kind of stuff maliciously. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, me just over here like, really? Right in front of my Oh no! I'm in the water. This is bad. This is gonna mess up my time for the whole game. Unironically. Dying is quicker. There we go. Boing, boing. You now jump the crossroads. Whoops. That didn't go well. Jump up this layer. And pass through. Now do it again. There we go. That's the best route here, for me. I keep doing things that could have almost gotten me killed, though. Okay. This boss fight. Bonk. Bonk. And bonk. This is probably still the most pain in the butt level in Sonic 2 for me. If we're being honest. Even worse than Metropolis or Flying Battery, easily. I have no trouble with Flying Battery. I mean, not Flying Battery, Wing Fortress. I have no trouble with it. I've got the route for Wing Fortress down pat at this point. Metropolis is just long. It doesn't threaten me much. You know, there's a lot of reasons to be stressed out by Wing Fortress Zone, though. Like, how to put this? Death Egg is insanely difficult unless you know it perfectly. And Wing Fortress comes right before Death Egg, so if you get to Wing Fortress, you've got both the stress of a very large, sprawling stage, it feels like, and the fact that you're about to be at Death Egg. You get what I mean? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Man, I don't like Death Egg as an adult. That stage has no mercy if you don't know what you're doing perfectly. And the fact that the last boss takes so dang many hits. Like, you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, you're gonna find out when we get to the end of this game. Ah. Yeah, even having rings for the boss, they would still be a pretty miserable pair of boss fights if we're honest. I think it would be completely fair to give the player rings for that. Sonic Jam gives you rings for that. Is that only in easy mode, or does it do it in normal too? On normal, huh. See, it's been a very long time since I actually played those versions of the games. Darn, he caught on. With his advanced AI, because he's such an intellectual. And a feminist. Love that mistranslation. Like, they literally translated a line that basically is about him being a chauvinist as him being a feminist. I say it every time, but as a kid, I thought that this song was the most annoying thing ever. And as an adult, I think this song and the stage rule. Do the Saturn's rings exist? Oh, that's good, Darkus. I guess it is a harmonica, huh? I love being invincible. You can always check Nakamura's original demos, because they're released on that Sonic 1 and 2 CD and vinyl. Like, they did change some of the instrumentations of the songs, but it may give you some better idea what it's exactly meant to be. If you used sax there, that would be very suggestive of it. I bet it's brass in any case, because he uses brass really liberally. Yeah, they re-implemented, reprogrammed some of the songs in the middle of development, and it shows. The demos for Sonic 2 were also recorded slower in many cases than the final songs, because they had difficulty transcribing the songs in Sonic 1. Thanks, Tails. Yeah, that's why some songs are strangely slow in Masa's demos. You guys like Mystic Cave? I like Mystic Cave. They're pure drunk clown music, yeah. A lot of that is because they were slowed down. Meow 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 meow. Yeah, it's Dream Come True's biggest hit of all time. It's wild. Meow 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 meow. So, somebody recently came up with a theory about that pit. You see, there's a bug if you die in a death pit while invincible in two-player mode. The split-screen mode. Somebody recently realized that, and that could be a reason for eliminating the death pit in that stage by replacing it with spikes. It's only a theory, but it kind of checks out with the timeline of that pit being made less fair when it could have just been a death pit and was at one point during development. It makes sense to me. However, there are a couple very, very obscure death pits in Emerald Hill, and that zone is in versus mode, and you can still trigger the bug there. Interesting, right? Sonic 2 was your bane? It's not an easy game, especially the last boss. Last boss is a nightmare. It's easily the worst boss fight in the entirety of classic Sonic. Like, I can do it perfectly now. Not necessarily every time, because I try to over-optimize. But I still consider it, like, a very not well-made boss fight. Especially the fact they gave it so much health. And, you know, you have no rings, of course, which pretty much universally agreed you probably should have had rings in that zone. Yeah, I'm talking about Death Egg. The, Death Egg Robo. You think Lava Reef you consider worse? Oh no. Oh no. The thing about Lava Reefs is, like, it's boring, but it's not difficult. Whereas what you're looking at with Death Egg, it is difficult and slow. Hey, no credit. You can make Death Egg Robot kind of fast, but doing so reasonably is scary as hell. Not again! I can't believe it. I don't fall into this pit, like, forever. And then suddenly I do it twice. And then Tails died for like 2 frames. That's good. Ah. Here, I'll be more careful this time, don't worry. But yeah, Sonic 2 had such an interesting development. And I hope that everyone on that team, the American side, got any therapy they needed after all of Yuji Naka's terrible treatment of them. Ah! I died there earlier. What the heck am I doing? It's nerves, folks. I'm not used to playing a crowd of 900 people. Talk as much as you like. It's not like everyone is actually in chat. When you're on the front page, like, people see you in the carousel and things, but to actually, like, chat in your stream, they have to click through. Which all 900 of you should do. I'm kidding, but I appreciate people who are watching, even if they're not watching that much. That's how I feel. Anybody who will put up with me yapping for hours on end about Sonic developmental history. My throat's a little raw. I should hydrate. Ah. There we go. I always like making him swing his arms like this on top of the capsule. I can't tell you why. It's just the coolest thing you can do in Sonic 2, right? Thank you for the hydration reminder. Crap. I don't need this shield. I'll just get rid of it, it's fine. That's definitely what I was doing. Usually toward the end of Sonic 2, I get a little more sloppy, and then I start to regain myself around the middle of Sonic 3, and then I completely am, like, dead by the end of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. It's funny how that goes. You get, like, an extra spurt of energy, but it's temporary. The so-called second wind. I feel like I remember it being faster to just drop down there. The gas poppers and oil ocean bothered you. Yeah. They're strange, right? Ah. Never mind. I'm fine. I'm okay with what's unfolding. And that's Oil Ocean Act 1. Yeah, it's gonna be my campaign slogan. It's gonna be, ah! Crap. Yeah, I use an Act 2 music mod, as well as a palette mod for Act 2 that I made myself. I didn't make the palettes for this game, but I made the mod based on a ROM hack I'd seen. I just like for Sonic 1, CD, and 2 to have less repetitive music, to be in line with Sonic 3 and Knuckles during the runs. It's for the viewers. All of the stuff about the stages otherwise, aside for their, like, colors and the Act 2 and 3 music, all the same. Crap, too early. For some reason, that guy has, like... there's frames at the start and finish where he does damage, but you can't damage him. Caught a translator's foreword to a certain French novel once explaining his approach, preserving the nuances of the original, and now you're dying to know what I'd think of it. I wonder. Preserving the original intentions in a game is always difficult in general, but also extremely important. Like, a lot of people will get on translations for being not literal, and like including a reference or two in ways that still fit into the script, for example, is often considered bad. When what really matters is if it matches the original tone, and if the characters are still who they're supposed to be. Which I'll note, in Working Designs translations, they never were, unfortunately. They generally... In Working Designs games, they translated all the men to be perverts, and all the women to be either trad wives who are very quiet and meek, or women you're not supposed to like, who are really energetic and boisterous, instead of preserving the original characters, and that's bad. Whereas, if you have to change the wording entirely in a script to get a character across, do it. Rewriting is an important part of localization. You can't have a real localization without it. But you have to actually keep the original intents. You can't replace it with your own intents. And it can be very hard to get the intentions and the small nuances across in translation. Like, my opinion is, it's even okay if you replace a line as long as it actually goes toward preserving the general feeling and the way the characters are supposed to be received. For example, something really common in Japanese media is lines where a character will say something profound or sad, and then the entire rest of the cast will be saying the hero's name. They'll be like, hero, 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 you know, and stuff like that. And like, that doesn't do anything in English. It's just a strange and unnatural thing that would never happen. But you see this in literal translations all the time, when really, you should replace those lines. You should replace everyone calling out the main character's name with something that actually feels like an English natural reaction. Those are cases where you should change things. What you should never do is go, the original dialogue was boring, so I replaced it. What you should never do is remove most of a game's voice acting and then put a translator note that says, testers of the game found it distracting that everyone in the game wanted to talk to you, so we cut voice acting from everything but the important story scenes. It was an improvement. No, do not do that. What the hell are you doing? Magic Knight Rayearth on Saturn. The game is almost fully voiced. In the English version, it's only the prologue and some specific story scenes. In the manual, they tell you that this is a good thing, because you don't want that much voice acting, actually. And they specifically say that it was making testers frustrated. So, you know, don't just make sure that the voice dialogue is skippable or anything, but remove it entirely. It's pretty transparent that he actually, Vic Ireland, just wanted to save money and made that excuse up. But even if it were true, it would not be a good reason. There are a lot of unconscious cultural and personal biases that are bound to creep in if you're not focused on fidelity. Yes. And sometimes you will see certain translators tend to translate their beliefs into things subconsciously, not with like an agenda. They just do it because they don't realize they're doing it. Stuff like always wording a woman's dialogue a specific way because that's the only way they've heard women talk. You get me? It's text boxes, Kenster. They cut the voice acting specifically. However, they also just plain made up most of the dialogue for the NPCs and such, as they always did with those games, but, you know. Hey, Renee. You know, I did do an all-hands-on-deck for my moderators today, but I'm starting to feel like we didn't really need it. We haven't had, like, any hate raids or anything like that, thankfully. I'm glad to be wrong, but preparing was still the right thing to do. No, Miko, no. Just continue enjoying a childhood game of yours with me here. And let's hope that nothing happens. Like, it's much better to be prepared and not need it. You're gonna bring your bike into the office and do a burnout. Oh no. Yeah, my beliefs in localization are localization is needed and you can't just translate things literally. The place that literal translation most is relevant is in live translation. Like when you're an interpreter. Or you're like one of the broadcasters for a live event. But mostly you have to actually look into all these nuances and specifics about characters and locations and cultures. It's all important. If you don't do it, it doesn't actually get across. And the only thing that makes people think it got across is the voice acting. A lot of people who complain about translations tend to be the same people who take in a lot of literal translations, so they're also usually somewhat more experienced at reading between the lines. Now, having said all that, I'm also an anti-censorship person, even though I believe strongly in localization, not literal translation. Now, I have a nuanced belief here as well, though. I believe that the text should resemble the original in terms of what content is in it. And my feelings are, as far as censoring stuff that was in the original game, only do it if you literally have to do it in order to be allowed to release the game for local laws, which happened for several games that I have known of. But I think that if you censor something in a game otherwise, like you're censoring it because you feel it should be censored, the problem I take with that is not that I like the censored content or think it should be there, but I believe you should let people know who the author is. You should basically let people tell you who they are. And not whitewash an objectionable message. That's not really the word I wanted to use, but, you know, you don't want to replace the messages of somebody who had any beliefs that would need to be censored, because then you're cleaning up their image as well, inadvertently. That's my belief. If a message is problematic, you'd rather have it not be localized? Understandable. And I think with a lot of stuff, that's exactly what happens. Anyway, I hope this gives you, like, at least a good overall view into my beliefs about localization and what I think makes a localization good. Stuff like my beliefs in not censoring is pretty secondary to the rest, I think. But I do think it's important to getting a localization actually correct. Not because I believe in the content. Like, that's something I always have to emphasize. I'm a believer in, I don't agree with what you just said, but I defend your right to say it. as long as you aren't actually hurting someone when you're saying it. That's how I feel. And when it comes to media, like, it's harder to feel directly attacked unless somebody has written, like, actual bigotry of their own into a story and presented it as correct. Anyway, a lot of people think Wing Fortress is tough, but I take this route. And just like that, we've skipped a lot of the stage. How do you download Twitch? Well, it's easier if you're using a phone. But, I think there's a Windows app if that's a thing you want to download. Also, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, I think there's an app on the Windows Store for Twitch, but I don't know if that still exists. I know it used to. I just use the browser all the time. You guys hear about how the font for the you wouldn't download a car type of stuff was actually pirated? Like, that's incredible that they pirated the font for that. And the music, yes. If you want to know my stance on piracy, I just think it's a service issue. If stuff's available and people have money, they'll buy it. And if they won't, then it costs too much. When I was a kid, I thought piracy was the coolest thing ever. But I didn't have any money. So of course I did. I wanted more games. Anyway. We're going to Death Egg. Thank you for the follow. You can't be saying that. That's... You can think it. Thank you for the 5 gamer dollars. But here's the worst part of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Not this guy, but what comes after. Ah, that was risky. Bonk. Hey Sheriff, how's it going? Yeah, I make things a little different. You can type !Sonic for the details. But I keep the gameplay as intact as I can. because for me, that's the important part. So making the experience a little more varied in other ways is something I'm comfortable with. Because it makes the audience experience just a little bit better, I think. A rug pull? Yeah, I kind of agree with that, actually. Anyway, you see how tedious this boss fight is? Even when you know how to do it well? We're almost there, though. Yeah, Knuckles jumps slightly less high than Sonic. And that makes this fight completely miserable as Knuckles, even if you know what you're doing. Oh yeah, I haven't had my controller out since the thing earlier. I'm not actually using a controller, but I think it presents better right now.
Well done, I guess.
So Sonic 3 is a doozy. So I will be back. I need to get a soda and like I'll grab like some Reese's sticks or something to snack on. I'm gonna need the energy because Sonic 3 is a lot. Here I am. I fell into the oil. Hey, Winter. This is the first time you arrive when it's not Oil Ocean, it seems. You like that crisp sound of a can opening? For ages, it seemed tragic that Brenda Ross wasn't credited. Was credited, even though like none of her work made it into the game. But the fact that she named Miles Tails Prower, like the full name for him, I guess some of her work did make it in. funny thing is, like, the Japanese team had already taken to the name Miles, but like the full name wasn't there. It was just Miles. Like, can you imagine if Tails was just called Miles, and he didn't have anything else to him in that way? This is Sonic 2 again. What did I do? Okay, here's Sonic 3. If it would open. Hello, welcome. Sonic 3 intro music PTSD, you trying to put in the cheat code? Up, up, down, down, up, 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 up. Let me restart VTube Studio because my model's lagging again, and I think it might fix it. Game Genie code for it. That is one way to do it, huh? Okay, it looks like I'm fixed. Hope you guys like Sonic 3. Muteki, I've been considering installing that. Because yeah, that seems like a good addition to me. I'm interested in seeing how it turns out, Tarkus. Sonic 4 being Sonic CD the movie. My hope is that they somehow work in look-alike. I think it's extremely unlikely, but I would squeal like a schoolgirl and spontaneously spin around and get into a school uniform and become a schoolgirl again. If they used look-alike in some way. Even just a small musical reference to it would do a lot for me. They managed to bring Live and Learn in, so why not? And I love Look-alike. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. Unironically. Good job, Tails. A+, buddy. Tails. Tails, stop. Ah, I fell for the trap again. We gotta immediately leave this, unfortunately. I love Blue Spheres, but... Also, I got all gold medals on Blue Spheres in Sonic Mania, so I think I've had enough Blue Spheres to last me a lifetime. Man, you guys might find that out too, because I might add Sonic Mania onto the marathon for today. Since we're front page and all, like, why not go a little big? not a promise, but we might. Yeah. I'm not sure even Sega had the full version of Lookalike. I get the feeling that all they had was the, like, ending cut. From specifically the second episode of the OVA, where it's clean. Rather than the first episode where it sort of fades in and has intro and stuff. Well, because it comes in the middle of one of the verses. So yeah, my theory is that Sega only had that. You were right in the middle of your Breaking Bad marathon? Oh man, that's... I'm honored. Do you think Tails will be a maniac and kill this guy? Answer is yes. Wait, no? Tails, how did you fail? The answer was half and half, because Tails did the thing, but then he got bodied. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Tails. I think Tails' response would be, gosh. I don't know why, I just feel like that's what it would be. Tails died again. Tails, you're embarrassing me in front of the 833 viewers. There we go. Hydro City Zone. Oh. It'd be really funny to drown in the fake water. See, the water at the start of the level is fake. You can tell because it's the background color doesn't affect Sonic's color. In order to have the effect of you being blown out the side through that without, like, having the water level be all the way up there, they simply color the background differently and fake the water while letting Sonic drown in it. This is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. To be clear, it is. DM Ashura? Probably. I mean, that man definitely likes some Sonic. He wanted to make a Sonic fan game back in the day, but I couldn't really help him out with it, unfortunately. Even though he kind of asked for my help. I loved working with him on the Gundamonium games, though. Wow, is this cool streamer? I saw it on the front page. Yeah, that's very mysterious. How you doing, Krungo? Yeah, it's air, so Sonic and Knuckles is included. Don't worry. Crap, I missed. Sometimes I can get up there. This is my favorite Sonic song. Not my favorite Sonic OST, but my favorite Sonic song. And it probably makes some people think that a podcast just ended. Maybe a podcast that stars several friends of mine. Sandwich Palace. Ice cream. Yeah, I love Sonic 3. Angle Island, Hydrosity, Marble Gallery, Carnival 9, Ice Cream, Lunchbox, Mushroom Trip, Lipo Battery, Sandwich Palace, Coral Reef, Sky Santa Claus, Pig Egg. Oh, the, I'm talking about Big Think Dimension by, Gigaboots. Very dear friends of the channel. With Daniel Video Games, one of my closest friends. Yeah, I was... yeah, unfortunately, we've determined that it's pronounced Hydro City. Deaf Egg Zone. That's pretty funny to me, although it hurts because I'm like deaf in one ear myself. It's Def Jam Zone. Like, I'm cutting out the egg because it makes it... brevity, you know? For brevity. Just so you know, this is me being annoying on purpose saying this. It's actually the Doomsday Zone. Thank goodness that guy's dead. Man. For me, Marble Gallery Zone is the low point of this game. Cap, thank you for raiding. Weird, this is the only raid we've had today. No wait, we've had two. There was one much earlier in the stream. Like near the start. Still, that's weird. Cap, how was Cassette Beast? How'd it go? How'd your stream go? Hey Mono, who definitely wasn't here earlier. Totally not. But yeah, Cap, how did your stream go? You beat 2 more ranger captains and recorded some new monsters. Nice. Man, the frame pacing on stream is bad for this. I guess it's probably trying to run at 144 for me. Oh well. Not much I can do about it. I'm interested in playing Cassette Beast sometime myself. Eventually. So I'll get to find out that it's cool too. I have to run a last-minute errand before work tomorrow. Ooh. That's always rough. Okay, let's put me down, please. What the... Okay, I need the thing in order to break through there. That's quite unfortunate. Cheap gas station register. I still can't believe that they co-opted the Sonic ring sound. But it's okay since Sonic Team says that rings aren't real. That they are just a game convention and do not actually exist. Darn, I'm really not going this way. Not like this. It's still the strangest and most unnecessary thing that Sonic Team has ever said. It's... like, that's a thing to say on tier with "they magic away the poop." You know? That one's not about Sonic, to be clear. But we're not discussing that one further. I was just giving a point of comparison. Okay, let's crap. Okay, let's just do it with this. Like we should have done in the first place, and I got all confused because they don't take that path. Okay, it's important that I not get off of this, because I'm going to need it in a second. I always end up going the other way because I don't break through here. Anyway, if you want to see a Marble Gallery zip, just watch the one Sarah Linalt stream I did of Sonic 3 as Knuckles, where I ended up in a minus world made of Sonic's path, and so Knuckles went to prison and died. There's also a clip of it, a short, as a short on my shorts channel. Pants channel? I don't wear pants. Do I seem like the kind of person who wears pants? Come on. Yeah, where's the skirts channel? That's what you need to ask. Reefs channel? I go. Wow. Okay, through here. A ring just zipped up the wall. Okay, my goal with Eggman, once I get to him, is to hit him at least 7 times before I even get on Tails. Okay? Like, I'm not some world-class Sonic speedrunner. I play these games casually, but I think I'm pretty good at them. Like just a hunch that I am decent at these games. God, I sound so haughty when I'm talking like that. Which is so not me. Where's dark mode? Broken. I broke dark mode. Still? What the? I tried to use dark mode and it failed on Twitch's end because Screenload did it right as I was about to. God, I don't even think I can be an Ojo-sama. I can't even do a proper ara. That's how not Ojo-sama I am. Despite the fact that I am the spoiled daughter of a mafioso. A mafia father, in fact. Boss. In lore, to be clear, in lore. Man, I don't even remember how Frieza sounds right now. Weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no! Tails, please don't do that to me again. There we go. You're just now noticing this, Renee? Oh. Oh. It sure did. It sure did jump. Welcome in, people who are watching. Hope everyone's doing well today. This is Sonic 3. I'm a retro streamer. I play Sonic games once a month. Sounds cursed with the final track's instrumentation. I think it sounds neat, but I get it. You guys, you all know how to get past the barrel in Sonic 3? Do you hate it? Was it your bane? It's a carnival. People are supposed to be happy, in theory. What was I gonna say? I have heard people say they think that these barrels are fine because there's up and down arrows on them. And all I can think is, you've never been to a carnival, have you? It would just look like that if this was a real carnival. The barrels are not telling you how to control them, that's just there. Yeah, they don't look like arrows, they're just triangles. But I have had people swear up and down to me. Also, you know, like, the first time I ever saw that opinion was on a forum, I think. But, like, when I heard it, I was just like, what? Okay, this boss. This boss has to defeat itself, so it's a little annoying. You use your mind to move carnivals up and down all the time? You know, it's incredible how some people will just come in and make uncreative remarks that other people have already done a million times. That's just incredible. Anyway. Here we are in Act 2 of Carnival Night. Oh, dark mode wore off. Mod span. Anyway, let's go ahead and go up here. Thank you, Roto.
It's popcorn time!
So this version of Sonic 3 is called Sonic 3 Air. You have to have a copy of Sonic 3 to use, preferably a legal one, in order to use it, but it's basically the best way you can play Sonic 3 now. You're used to how the underwater palette looks in the prototype. How was that again? I know there's one where the underwater palette just turns the sprite pure purple or something, which is really funny. Not in this zone, Mouse. Not in this zone. You'll have it in Ice Cap. You're fine. Although I guess that's Brad Buxer music at that point. Yeah, Air is incredible. They painstakingly reproduce the game in a way that you know, the widescreen versions of Sonic 1, CD, and 2 are not nearly as accurate. They're more like approximations. It was launch bases underwater palette? Interesting. It's been a while since I looked at the prototype. I was one of the people who funded it, though. You can see my name in the list of contributors to that prototype. I really wanted it out so badly. I just think it's amazing, because, like, that prototype coming out... Mods fan. That prototype coming out basically allowed us to ever have Sonic Origins because it revealed, oh, that was the original music all along, and made people okay with the idea of replacing it. And here it is, the barrel. The barrel. The one everyone hates, and we're past it. It's gone. Yeah, I think that those versions of the songs weren't finished myself. But the fact that we found out they were in the prototype, you know, that proved that those were basically the original songs, and that made people more okay with the idea of just using those versions of the songs. The community as a whole, like, warmed up to them more than they had before. Like, I legitimately think that Sonic Origins wouldn't have ever happened if not for that, because clearly Sega was dancing around those songs for a very long time. Two, three, ouch. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It depends. If you had like an actual FM sound card, you could hear very good renditions of those songs. Not as good as Genesis, but good. Very good. Bonk. Hard times gone by. Hard times, happiest days of our lives. Hard times gone by. Up we go. The most remixed song on OC Remix. Is it? Like, that sounds right, but is it actually? In the original release of Sonic 3 alone, there is a bug with this stage if you are playing as Tails. there's that part of the stage that loops vertically, right? If you're playing as Tails, that part will fail to loop and instead be a death pit, unless you enter a bonus stage or a special stage, making it such that you effectively can soft lock yourself in the stage as Tails. This was fixed in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but in Sonic 3 alone, it was like that. And people always say that games back in the day were always released in a perfectly acceptable state, and that the era of games being released broken and such is new. It's not new at all. Take it from somebody who works in the game industry. That stuff is not new. Hey, come on. Honk. And now Act 2. It's funny to me that electricity erases those spikes on those things for some reason. Very mysterious. Yeah, Pokemon Generation 1 was incredibly buggy. Notably, Generation 1 was so buggy originally that they basically recoded it for the English release. Or rather for Blue, which was essentially made so that the English release could happen. And like, even then, it's still a buggy mess. But you don't want to know how buggy Red and Green was. You really don't. It's insane. Nice, you got the battery, like, replaced or something? Hello, welcome. How you doing? DJ Blue Fire. There are people who can replace batteries while maintaining saves by basically keeping the original battery connected while they make the swap to the new battery. I would suggest finding someone who can do that and getting your cart transferred that way. Or otherwise, using a backup device to get the save off of it. Yeah, either way will work. Like, if you have something that can dump ROMs, you can usually dump the save, too. How's it going, Hawk? I hope it's going a little better for you. I know it's been a nightmare recently, but hoping for the best. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Yeah, you have phone service again. I heard. I'm glad. Thank you for the follow. And you as well, Jujutsu Flyer, and everyone else who follows. I missed some of them because the follow notifications are silent today. You know, it can be tricky to figure out the correct math to do the speed shoe effect with streamed audio. But it's very possible, of course, the later versions of the Retro Engine figured it out for like Sonic 1 and 2 and such. But it's one of those weird things where, like, if you knew enough to do it, you probably wouldn't have streamed the music in the first place when it comes to a Saturn release like that. Sega had a lot of really skilled programmers back in the day, though, but Yuji Naka was basically #1. As much as he's an actual criminal, the man was an amazing programmer, and I admire that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, they could have made the speed shoe effect work correctly. They just didn't. It's also interesting how in Sonic CD, they had figured out how to actually loop the CD audio by essentially playing a PCM sample, a short one, during the gap while it seeks to the song on the CD. They had figured this out almost perfectly, but a small typo in the code prevented it from working, and then they removed it after a few prototypes of it not working. And all they had to do was fix the typo, and it would have worked. It was brilliant code. Like, one of a kind. And they have said that, like, they would have been able to do that if Naka had been involved in CD, and I believe that. Just like they have said that they would have been able to do the instant time travel they wanted if Naka had been on the team. And I believe that, too. The man probably could have worked miracles like those, because he was incredible at code. He was not very good at tax fraud. Well, not tax fraud, stock fraud. Stock fraud is what I meant to say. Insider trading. That's also true, Instigator. The designs for stuff like Sonic came from Oshima. Knights as well. But then Naka got so spiteful that he erased Oshima from photographs of the teams working on games. Just nightmare. Like, he owes his success to Oshima. It's insane. Oh man, that was smooth. And then we got Sonic Heroes, where the stage design is such a mixed bag because the person who would have been making the stages ended up too sick to work on them after, like, 3 zones had been done. Woof. Sonic had bad luck in that regard after things. Yeah, this is the original song, but with the instrumentation of the Genesis version of the song. Also, welcome on in. How you doing? Ouch. Yeah, Sonic has been cursed in terms of developmental stuff happening in really rough ways. You have mixed feelings on it? Understandable. I like it, but like, not everyone's gonna like it. It's just a mod that I use sometimes with the game. Other times I leave the normal launch-based music, because I do this marathon of all 5 games once a month. You gotta give Iizuka one thing, he's an insane trooper for sticking through that, considering everything. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Yeah, Instigator said my feelings on it, pretty much. Ah, off we go. Monthly Castlevania marathon. Man, I'm kind of surprised Dot doesn't do something like that, but I think Dot is one of those people who, if she plays the things she loves too often, she'll get sick of them. Except for like Castlevania 1, which she could definitely just play and play. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count and Knuckles as a separate game, even when it's combined, because the scale of it just makes it feel that way, and the fact it was released as a separate game. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Iizuka, just amazingly commendable for staying on through that. That's insane. You will never understand. You will forever not understand why Knuckles was on that beam. You and everyone. A lot of people, when these marathons happen, they're like, what was his plan? And like, seriously, what was his plan? What the heck did Knuckles think was gonna happen? I love fighting big arms. Nailing the insta-shields would make anyone feel like a king. So you're telling me he carefully calculated everything, but dang is he bad at math. My personal opinion on this, big arms. Whee! And there he is. It's only been a couple minutes and he changed his whole theme song. That's how shamed he was by what happened back there. Shrooms Day Zone. Hey Neo Zero. Knuckles Peak. I don't know why I said, hey, you were here, but like, it's because you did a peek. That's why I thought for a moment. Look, sometimes I have a short-term memory. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. What? So what you're telling me here, Instigator, is you used to have a short-term memory. You still do, but you used to, too. Thank you for resubscribing, Tara. It's almost been 2 years, huh? Yeah, Doomsday Zone, we won't be getting there naturally, but I always run Doomsday Zone as like a victory lap. Like, after clearing the game the fast way. Up? And here we go. Here. Take it easy, Vera. Thank you for having been here. I very much appreciate everyone who drops by. Even those who, you know, just haven't clicked over to another channel or stuff like that. I want you to know I appreciate you too. Master System 1, Sonic the better Sonic 1. Nobody can say you don't have takes. I'm not saying it's wrong, it's just very interesting. At least you didn't say Game Gear, though. Is what a lot of people say, but actually... The Game Gear version of Sonic 1 had a lot of improvements over the Master System version, and it looks a lot better, but for some reason it's much easier. You know? Ah yes, Sonic 2, The Legend of Antlion.
Well done, I guess.
Thank you. And off to Flying Battery. You know what Flying Battery can't do? Flying Battery can't power a Game Gear for more than 2 hours. What do you mean? Dogs can look up. What's the matter? Never taken a shortcut before? Also, hello, welcome. What's everyone's favorite movie from the Cornetto trilogy? Mine's probably Hot Fuzz, but the others are real contenders. Shaun of the Dead. The red one? So you've got red on you? I feel like The World's End is, the weakest one, but still very good. And, like, I feel like it improves on rewatch, unlike the other two, which you'll notice new things, but it's, like, not as big of a difference. Thank you for appreciating my overlay. I actually programmed the chat overlay myself. It's hardly the hardest thing I've programmed, to be fair. Stuff like combining the PC and PSP versions of Trails in the Sky together, more difficult than programming a Twitch chat overlay. But you'd be surprised how hard the Twitch chat overlay is. Sometimes things that you'd think would be banal is rough. Sort of Instigator. It used to be. They've mostly deprecated the IRC backend. For anything besides just the chat messages themselves, you have to use the full API. Yeah, I also thought it was clever, honestly, the first time I played. I understand it being tedious because you have to wait for it, and if there's anything Sonic fans apparently hate, it's waiting. That's why they think Superstars is terrible, because the bosses make you wait. Anyway, I actually have no opinion on whether dogs can look up or not. But there's jokes about it in Shaun of the Dead, which is why I suddenly started talking about those films. The two main characters can't agree on if dogs can look up or not. As someone who's never played a Sonic game besides Shadow the Hedgehog, which 2D title would I recommend the most? 2D title. Okay, probably Mania for somebody who's new to the series. I think Mania is better if you are new to the series than a lot of the other options. Because you will get to see a lot of what makes the series good at once. My second pick would be 3. But I think Mania is the best pick for somebody new to the games. Cool. I hope you have a good time with it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never have somebody play Sonic Genesis. You'll get a completely skewed view of Sonic because it doesn't even have Sonic physics. By Sonic Genesis, I mean the GBA one, by the way. The GBA port of Sonic 1 is not a port. It feels like they remade the game from memory. Like, even if you watch somebody play Sonic Genesis, the GBA game, you have no idea what actual cruelty it is because it looks normal enough when somebody is playing it well. Go figure. There we go. Why is it so slow? Very good question. And the beam somehow completely contains Sonic. Yeah, that's the thing. It is the Wing Fortress boss without the spiky things. And it makes a laser sound, which in Vanilla Sonic 2, the laser is silent on that boss. Hello, welcome. Everything's slow when you're Sonic, that's true. The only thing that's unfortunate about being faster than the speed of light is you have to live in darkness. Sonic Pocket Adventure is interesting. A lot of people like to say that the people who made it went on to be part of DIMPS, but there's no indication that that's actually true, judging by the credits. Thank you for the follow. What's Sonic's fastest speed canonically? I don't think we actually know that. It's kind of like comic books, in that the extent of Sonic's power seems to vary from writer to writer. You just got your kids some of the IDW comics? Nice. Those are good comics. Yeah, from Oil Ocean to the end of Sonic 2 is a lot. I feel like, for a lot of people, by the time you get that far, you're basically feeling like, I've had enough game, thank you. But it depends. Phew! Just in the nick of time. I don't want to go in here. Oh. I love Blue Spheres, but I'm, I'm going through the game quickly, so... Spirit. Ooh. I think that Reese's stick from earlier went right through me. My insides are rearranging themselves right now. They're trying to come into the out. Oh well. It's not as bad as that bad Reese's Cup I ate that put me off from Reese's Cups for like... a couple... It's probably a year or two, right? Yeah, I ate a really bad Reese's Cup one day, and I basically feel like I was poisoned. Thank you for the follow. Reese's are my favorite candy too, Firehawk. That's the thing. I was devastated when I ate that really bad Reese's Cup one day. And that's why I went to Reese's Sticks instead for quite a while. Yeah, Marionette. To give up on your favorite candy because of the bad one, oof, that had to be really bad. Exactly. It was insanely bad. Honk. Versus mode of Sonic 2 is really nice, and you know it's basically a technical marvel? That high-resolution mode used by Sonic 2 is incredibly impressive and requires specific tileset modes in order to function correctly. The reason it only has a few zones is because those are the only zones which have tile sets that support that mode. Bonk. Guess what? The ghosts are loose. Did they have to test all the zones to figure it out? Most likely not. You know, I actually like Gorillaz, but I don't think I've ever heard that collab, Penny. How are you doing today, by the way? What am I doing? Whop. The only way to watch me is in assembly code? Oh dear. I got my starts as a ROM hacker, and yet I try to avoid assembly as much as possible. Up and away! Crap. Okay, here comes the sand. I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating and gets everywhere. These shoes are often in very funny locations. Basically, it's related to the way the tiles themselves are made, Mujeki. And it's very convoluted to understand because, like, it basically feels like a technical gotcha to begin with, you know? You can really screw yourself by dropping down in places like that, because you can end up passing by the place you need to land and have to go through another lap of stuff. But I usually land it, so it's okay. Not that time, though. Okay. We're almost there. We won't have to worry about these ghosts much longer. Just a little bit. Gotta do this. And here we are. A mummy playing the electric piano? That's cool. That'd be a good VTuber concept. Mummy who's the keyboardist for a band. As a kid, the ghosts terrified me. As I grew up, I'm like, you know what, they're fine. I loved Lava Reef Act 1 music so much. I actually really liked Act 2 music too, but Act 1... I gotta remix it someday. My sister, Leilani Wilson, she did a bunch of Sonic remixes in the past that I really liked. I don't know if she really does stuff like that anymore. She's mostly doing stuff for her own albums. Oops. Personally, I see the music as having a heroic vibe, because Sonic has overcome so many odds to get here. I don't disagree, though. I'm just saying that's my take. Music for the victory lap? Yeah. That's how I feel, and you know, not coincidentally, I tend to feel like, oh, the game's basically done when I get here. Because Sandopolis is like one of the last challenging parts of the game for me. Although I do have trouble with the Death Egg Act 1 boss sometimes. Oh no, I'm even falling slow. I wonder if there's a tech related to that. I've never fallen with that on before, so I actually didn't know it reduced your falling speed. Like, there is still stuff for me to discover. My knowledge is mostly in the developmental history of Sonic, which I know so much about. Oh my god, 3,000? Got as many viewers as followers right now. At least I did for a moment. And yeah, we're in the bitrate dimension now. Crap. I moved. I went for it and I shouldn't have gone for it. No, no, Tails, I don't want to be up there. Seven out of 10, so what you're telling me is it's 8-bit. You know what's funny? Whenever I see that Pob emote, it reminds me of working on Bunny Must Die, and when it was decided, for some reason, that we had to replace the photorealistic cat with, like, sprite work. I guess to, like, give purpose to the fact that we had, like, an artist working for the company that was localizing the game. And, like, it had a paw that looked kind of like that Pob. That's why I'm always reminded of it. I will always prefer the photorealistic cat, and I was not in favor of adding the sprite cat. But at least I managed to keep the original one as, like, an option. I was glad that I managed to get that done. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Lava Reef 2 is wonderful. Sonic Mania had a removed sound mode called Vapor Mode, that would reduce the sound, the music's tempo by like 30% or something. And let me tell you, the Mania version of Lava Reef 2 sounds heavenly at that speed. Yeah, it's neat. And like, if you're curious, you can probably find the Vapor Mode versions of the songs on YouTube. Poor things. Crap. Yes, yeah, it makes you heavy. For some reason. You know, you have a point, Mortimer. You have a point, actually. Like, when you're bloated, right? That's uncomfortable. What are my thoughts on the 3DS? I like the 3DS overall. I feel like the DS was a much better platform overall because of its software library. And the 3D effect didn't work very well for me until the new 3DS, which improved it dramatically. The original 3DS 3D effect gave me headaches, but the new 3DS 3D effect was much better for me. Oh, the 3Ds! The 3D era of Sonic, okay. I love Adventure. I love Adventure 2. I am not a fan of Heroes. I like Shadow the Hedgehog, but I think it has noteworthy problems. Sonic 06 is better than people give it credit for. Not necessarily good, just like it's not one of the worst games of all time or something. Unleashed. I enjoyed the game a lot, especially the night stages, but I probably wouldn't play through it again. Sonic and the Secret Rings. Please don't ever put me through that again. Very tedious game, even though there's a lot cool about it. Sonic Generations is alright. I enjoy it. Lost World is one of the better Mario games I've ever played. Forces, I really enjoy the vocal songs in Forces a lot. I think the game had tons of potential it didn't quite realize. And Shadow Generations is one of the best Sonic games ever made. How do I feel about the DSi compared to the DS? I thought it was a perfectly fine upgrade, but I don't understand why they put a region lock on it when the original DS didn't have one. Also, Rise of Lyric. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is one of the most boring games I've ever played in my life. Anybody who enjoys that game is way stronger than me. Frontiers was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Not one of my favorite games ever, but definitely enjoyable. Yeah, Big Red Button had it rough. Like, that game was clearly supposed to be on a more powerful platform, and then they learned, like, a year into development that it had to be on the Wii U, which wasn't even made to run on that engine. It's it's nuts. But I'm not fond of like the musical style in Rise of Lyric either. I'll give them credit for something big though. Rise of Lyric has almost no bugs that interfere with the player experience at all. It is legitimately one of the least buggy Sonic games ever made, which is incredible. How the heck? Crap. Hey Adeline, how you doing? I have a mod that gives Knuckles a full sprite set as a player with the hat, but it doesn't work consistently on his NPC self, so it looks like he's flipping into the hat when he jumps, which is really cool in its own way. Hoja, thank you for gifting a sub to Adeline. Oh no! They shocked him with electrodes to his head. Oh no. That's understandable, Mortimer.
Party time!
It's pretty shocking, actually. No pun intended, even though I guess I made one. I remember on Game Center CX, they had the Shocking Max segment for a bit, where the AD Inoue, or Inoko Maxu, would show recordings of shocking death moments from games to Arino. Arino seemed really mid on it basically the entire time, but I thought it was a funny segment. Like, to think about how horrifying some kinds of video game deaths and such would be if they actually happened to you. Like, if you think about it from that angle, oh boy. Oh no.
Everything must be.
How? Warp, warp. You know, if you travel right in this stage, you don't ever have to face this boss. This boss is technically skippable if you know how to get up there. But it just feels like a shame to skip one of the legacy bosses, right? That's how I feel. It also took me years before I realized that the fight with Mechasonic Mark whatever up there, the one at the end of the stage, was based on the Silver Sonic fight. It took me ages to realize that. Arino's Challenge? Do you mean the game? Like Retro Game Challenge? Do I think Sonic CD happens after 3 or before 2? I think it happens before 2. It was being developed in parallel with Sonic 2, and they didn't know which one was going to happen first in terms of release order. And thanks to the See You Next game, it even feels like CD itself considered itself to be before Sonic 2. You know, he's basically doing all of Silver Sonic's moves from Sonic 2. Well, Mecha Sonic, but cooler, you know? He's doing them in a more badass way. Crossfire. The cooler to Mecha Sonic's Frieza. I never thought of Mecha Sonic as Frieza before. That's an interesting take. Considering, like, a lot of Sonic characters have, like, some sort of Dragon Ball equivalent, right? Even if it's funny that Tails is Bulma, when you think about it. I mean, like, Tails is Bulma and Krillin. Like, both of them. But, like, you know... Krolma? Yikes. Amy is basically Chi-Chi, but, like, it's complicated. Some of them are really, really obvious. Like, Dragon Ball fusions. You're right. You're right. Tails is a Dragon Ball fusion character. Yeah, Knuckles is basically Piccolo, but I can see a bit of Yamcha in there. Some of them are just really obvious, though, like Silver being Future Trunks and Shadow being Vegeta. Like, nobody's ever going to question that. That's just obviously correct. Oh my god, Anonymous Gifter! Thank you for the 10 gift subs to the community. Thank you so much. Metal Sonic might be... I can't believe I'm saying this, but Raditz? Question mark? Oh no! Oh no! Cyborg Tao! Who's Farmer with a shotgun? Oh, I'm enjoying this version of this question. Oh, this is backward. The murder of Sonic protagonist. Thank you, Winter, for gifting a sub to Prototype X. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much, Winter. Thank you, Instigator, for the 5 gift subs. Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the sub. Mr. Satan is Sonic Man. Mr. Satan is actually more legit than you're taking it for. And is one of the kindest guys in the entire series, even though he's not humble. But, like, he even claims to be the real Sonic, and things like that, until Sonic comes around and corrects him. Like, it's completely on the mark. But yeah, Mr. Satan is a hero, even if he's a braggart, and he is legitimately one of the strongest humans, even if he's not the strongest human. Thank you, Rosapi, for the 100 bits! How are you doing? Man, I was about to sneeze and I didn't sneeze. Ah, man, I got so lucky. I'm happy that I got lucky there, but man, I just happened to land on his head at the right time. Final act. Crap. Thank you for the 100 bits, Sheriff. Ah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful, Sarah. Careful. Oh, no! I think I did that to myself. I was not careful. That's correct. Man, I could have just spun dash? I could have just spun dash over that side. Spun dash. That's a terrible word, and I'm glad I just invented it. Oh, a hype chest. You know what? That is a good emote. I'm actually happy to have unlocked that one. I'm still missing You Missed, though. and I really want that one someday. Just the one you wanted? Nice! Spoon Dash. What if Spoon Dash is the company you call when you get DoorDash and they forgot to give you a spoon? Seems like everybody got Turn It Up. That's interesting. Okay, Roto, so you've already got my fork, huh? Steins Gate references. I am a banana! Man, what was that from? Gravitation? Something? There was an anime that had a scene where somebody dresses as a banana, runs by and goes, I am a banana! It was a very old YouTube video that made that scene popular for a very brief time, and then it was gone. Nobody remembered it anymore. I don't know much about it. They'll deliver you a door from Lowe's? Oh man. Door livery. Man, I'm kind of exhausted. I don't think I'll do Sonic, but that's okay. Is this thing also called Death Egg Robot? Yes. Unhelpfully, yes. Oh man, this boss is really easy with Electric Shield, I'm sure. I've never gotten here with it before. Like, I can just do that. Well, you know, it's like eggs. You can order the normal size, or you can order the large. Funk, funk. Funk, funk. Whew. 3 hours and 47 minutes. 5 seconds. That's our time this month. Okay, we're gonna go do Doomsday Zone. It's our victory lap kind of thing. We can always go and do Doomsday Zone after. That's why I keep this save file around. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. I generally only do Super Mecha Sonic when I'm doing a Knuckles run. Maybe I'll do a Knuckles run next month. They're tough, but they're fun. Knuckles is hard mode, basically. One up. What am I gonna do with an extra life? I've got 99 of them. And this ain't one. Come on now. Just a little more. Okay. I don't really need more rings. I think I'll just go for it. Like, there's no real risk here. I'm safe. This is the kids' meal death egg robot. This one is more to scale with the Sonic 2 one, you know? You can't tell, but I'm doing finger guns.
That was pure!
Ow. I always enjoy doing these marathons. I do them once a month, generally around the 20th. But honestly, I'm tired enough, I think I should cash out. We've been going for about 8 hours and a half. I could have done Sonic Mania. I thought about it. I think it's better to call it for this time. So after the credits roll, we're gonna go raid Gigaboots. I frankly have no idea what they're playing right now because they've been doing a flipping between major Xbox games. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who watched. I know there's a lot of people who watched, even if they may not have been actively watching. This was a kind of crazy day. It wasn't quite what I expected being on the front page, but it was interesting. I think technically I gained something like 1% of viewers, and like, that's not a small amount. It's not a small amount. I mean, in terms of followers, is what I meant to say. You just turned up randomly? Nice. Yes, I've been on the front page basically all day. You just ended up here. You didn't remember you were following. Okay. Thank you for following, Mortimer. I am going to... I didn't mean to go straight to credits. That was an accident. But I will be resting well tonight, I believe. I really hope everyone else also rests well when they go to sleep. I will be rolling the credits, and we will be off on our way. Is that a Garo poster? Yes, it is. That is Hotaru Futaba. Good night, everyone.